don't go away. I mean, la 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 la. To fight for freedom, we've got to fight for liberty. My party for house, I want to build a house like donkey. Regular trade, my run. Time with this like this. Some people love it, all don't cool down.
Just a few days ago on that.
And so that is something that you've heard me
murdered before Nigeria is placed back on the countries of particular concern list, the State Department's list.
That is something I would refer you to the State Department about, that particular list.
By Koro, local government area of Niger, Reverend Father Isaac Achi has been burned to death by terrorists. The terrorist also razed the Catholic parish house and injured his colleagues, identified as Father Collins. It was learned that the incident occurred at 3 a.m. on Sunday. The terrorists were said to have gained entrance into the parish house and, in the cause of having difficulties in gaining entrance, set the parish house ablaze. The colleague of Reverend Father Achia, Father Collins, was shot on the shoulder while trying to escape from the scene. The Niger Police Command confirmed the incident, stating that police tactical teams attached to Catholic Choral Division have been drafted to the scene. Of St. Peter's and Paul Catholic Church in Catholic Choral in Paikoro, local government area of Niger, Reverend Father Isaac Achi has been burned to death by terrorists. The terrorist also razed the Catholic parish house and injured his colleagues, identified as Father Collins. It was learned that the incident occurred at 3 a.m. on Sunday. The terrorists were said to have gained entrance into the parish house and, in the cause of having difficulties in gaining entrance, set the parish house ablaze. The colleague of Reverend Father Achia, Father Collins, was shot on the shoulder while trying to escape from the scene. The Niger Police Command confirmed the incident, stating that police tactical teams attached to Catholic Choral Division have been drafted to the scene.
Lagos residents again woke up to another week of acute fuel shortage as more filling stations were on the lock and key say they had run out of fuel. Meanwhile, the fuel stations were dispensing accused of hoarding fuel, refusing to sell to motorists who have been on the queue as early as 5 a.m. While the reason for the scarcity is still unclear, Nigerians urged the federal government to find a lasting solution to the crisis. Our correspondent, Abisola Adebayo, went to the streets of Lagos to assess the situation and now files in this report.
Fuel stations locked. Long queues stretching into hundreds of meters, causing traffic gridlock. This scene is definitely not new in Lagos. For the 10th time this year, residents of Lagos are back on long queues at fuel stations, spending productive man hours waiting to purchase petrol, a product that seems not to be in supply.
It's been bad. I was here since 7 o'clock. Aside from Ikeja cantonment, it has been crawling because of the jerrycans they sell. You can see them there. The queue has been moving slowly and slowly. But it's so pathetic.
The situation is very bad. It's very bad because I'll be here almost 4 hours. I'll buy fare, which I'm supposed to take it walking, but because of a problem, I cannot walk.
The queues suddenly appeared in 4 stations across the state about a week ago, and it's gradually becoming a norm. Some of the stations we visited, including this one and this one, are without fuel. The few ones that have the product are selling at a high rate. The reason for the situation, however, remains unknown, but some consumers allege hoarding.
As you can see, you have seen the queue. So even they have stopped selling. They are not selling fuel again now. As I speak, they have already stopped. But I think this is the cheapest filling station for now. They are selling 170 per liter. But other filling stations, they are selling 250 per liter. As it is, they have already stopped. So maybe we'll look for some with that black market and get fuel.
As the situation puts majority of fuel users in untold hardship, Black market sellers are having a field day selling as high as 3 times the normal price.
I'm trying to the east first of all. So when I got to the police station, a lot of queue, and it's been locked up. Normally, I'm selling at a rate of 250. So because of the queue, I'm in a hurry, so I have to pack and buy from the black market. And black market now, that's at the rate of 350, which is very high. That's my car over there, so I have to hurry up and get the fuel because I need to leave here because I can't wait for the queue.
But in some other places, the situation is not the same. The manager of this station told us, as a matter of fact, that there should be no reason for scarcity.
We are selling our normal sales. We sell every day. At NMPC, we don't hold products. Once they supply us, we keep on selling, and customer knows us for that. As they were giving us product, they give others. But I'm surprised that some of the stations they are not selling. Maybe they are waiting for price increment or from government or whatever. As they supply us every day, we do sell. So I think they too, they were being supplied as well, because government have allocation for all the filling stations, and we are selling our own. Today we are receiving a truck, and it's almost finished. They were going to supply us another one before closing of the day. So we keep on selling every day. So we don't see it as anything. No price increment. As you can see, check our broad. We are selling our normal price, 169 per liters.
As Nigerians waiting on long queues for several hours begin to get impatient, disagreements start to break out in some places. Although we're yet to ascertain the exact reason for this situation, for users in Nigeria, especially motorists that has been on the queue for hours, patiently waiting for petrol, are hoping that the federal government would find a lasting solution to this fuel crisis situation, especially as the Yuletide period approaches.
Rule of fools. He also believed that one of the penalties for refusing to participate in politics is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. The price of apathy towards public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. Plato, the Greek philosopher, was a very brilliant man. He also believed that mankind will never see an end of trouble until lovers of wisdom come to hold political power, or the holders of political power become lovers of wisdom. Our dear nation, Nigeria, is back at that junction again. We've been there before. 1966, 1979, 1993, 1999, 2003, 2007, 2015, 2019. At different points in the course of our history, we've had the opportunity to change the course of our nation. We've tried. Sometimes we've bungled it. Sometimes the military bungled it. Sometimes the citizen refuses to participate. Sometimes the middle class feels it's way above the shenanigans of politics, so they would rather watch and be an observer from a distance. But to go back to Plato, he says, if you do not take an interest in the affairs of your government, then you are doomed to live under the rule of fools. I love the Nigerian church. All denominations, Catholic, Anglican, Pentecostal, Celestial, Cherubim and Seraphim, maximum respect to them all because they all have different ideas of faith and they define them in their own unique ways. And that must be accepted because at the end of the day, it's a free society where you have the right to choose your form of worship. You have the right to decide who you want to serve as your supreme being. We are not an Islamic state. We are not the Vatican. We are a liberal state with the right and the freedom to do as you wish religiously. Unfortunately, that exists only on paper. In reality, do we really have that kind of system? Are Christians being persecuted systemically in Nigeria? Is there a calculated attempt to target the Christian community using extremists and marauders from other parts of the world or other parts of our region, most especially countries closer to the northern side of our border? We've heard stories. Public figures have come out. There's a very interesting interview with Mr. Kachononuju, very interesting man, on Channels TV, I believe. You can find it there. He spoke extensively about irredentists, terrorists. Obadiah Malafia opined that bandits and terrorists are the same. We read stories. The people of Southern Kaduna cry. They cry every day. Christians from the northern part of the country, they suffer so much in silence. David Undeng and Obadiah Malafia worked on a very wonderful document that was presented to the American authorities. It managed to get something, but it didn't really get so much. The international community needs to understand that something is going on in our nation. Let's take it to the numbers. The BBC, this article is from the 11th of June, 2022. It says, there has been a clear rise in recorded incidents targeting Christians since 2019, according to data collected by the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, ACLED. There have already been 23 separate attacks on church premises and people linked to them so far this year. For the whole of 2021, there were 31, and in 2020, there were 18. A series of high-profile incidents this year has drawn particular attention to the issue. As many as 40 worshippers were killed in a church in Ondo State in the southwest on the 5th of June. Methodist church leader Samuel Kano Uche was kidnapped in the southeast on 29th of May. 2 Catholic priests were abducted in Katsina on the 25th of May. A decade ago, recorded attacks against Christian targets were also very high, with 46 in 2012, going by the ACLED data. In April last year, gunmen killed at least 15 people in a university theater being used by Christian worshippers in the northern city of Kano. And later in 2012, at least 19 people died in an attack on a church in central Nigeria. During this period, many of the attacks were carried out by the Islamist militant group, Boko Haram. When you look at those numbers, something tells you that there's a systemic attempt to target the church. We understand that extremists exist in our society. That is a fact that we have to start living with. We even have some people who are Christian fanatics. The only thing they've never done is to form an organized group and start targeting people of opposing religions or different faiths. The only people that have been the major recipient of this clear and present danger is the Christians. So I wonder why the church, in an existential election like this, is not coming together to take a stand. The Nigerian church has so much power that it's never really used. The Nigerian church commands a large army of committed followers in different parts of the country. The dynamism of our nation is best portrayed in a region like the Southwest, where you have families where the father is a Christian and the mother is a Muslim. that peaceful coexistence is very synonymous with that region in the Nigerian context. Why can we not have the church take a stand in the southeast, the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church in the southwest, in the north? They've been speaking, they've been crying quietly. But are their voices being heard? That's a different conversation entirely. The only way for the church to gain relevance, to bring necessary attention to their concerns in terms of the danger that faces them, is to have some form of backing at the political side of things, or on the political side of things. It's very important. But they've largely ignored this. We've seen churches set up political bureaus because they believe that a candidate from their church would emerge during the party primaries. And the moment the candidate did not emerge, I mean, not much has been heard of what they did with that political bureau. You wonder. Now let's go to the oil problem. I mean, the oil industry in Nigeria is one that is filled with a lot of shenanigans. I was trying to find some form of information on this, and I bumped into this Wikipedia thing. And it says, as of the year 2000, oil and gas exports accounted for more than 98% of export earnings and about 83% of the federal government revenue, as well as generating more than 14% of its GDP. It also provides 95% of foreign exchange earnings, about 65% of government budgetary revenues. That was that. How many years ago? 2000. That was 23 years ago. It says Nigeria's proven oil reserves are estimated by the United States Energy Information Administration at between 16 and 22 million barrels. But other sources claim that there could be as much as 35.3 billion barrels. Its reserves makes Nigeria the 10th most petroleum-rich nation and by far the most affluent in Africa. In mid-2021, its crude oil production was averaging around 2,200,000 barrels per day. It is expected that the industry will continue to be profitable based on an average benchmark oil price of $85 to $90 per barrel. Nearly all of the country's primary reserves are concentrated around, things we already know. But this part also caught my attention. It says Nigeria has a total of 159 oil fields and 1,481 wells in operation, according to the Department of Petroleum Resources. The most productive region of the nation is the coastal Niger Delta Basin in the Niger Delta, or South-South region, which encompasses 78 of the 159 oil fields. Most of Nigeria's oil fields are small and scattered, and in 1990, these small, unproductive fields accounted for 62.1% of all Nigerian production. Now, these were the glory days, the recent ones. We had even bigger glory days in the 70s. At the start of the Arab-Israeli war, Nigeria's Bonny Light was the world's darling when it comes to purchasing oil products. We made a lot of money. I don't know if anyone has ever heard about the cement importation scandal in Nigeria. We wasted so much money on white elephant projects that did not end up serving the nation in any way. We're like the prodigal son that squandered its wealth. And now, we feel rich, yet we feel so poor. We feel like we have plenty, yet we starve for so much of what we supposedly have in abundance. My fellow Nigerians, who are we as a people? What do we stand for? Do we have a breaking point? Is there any stage in our existence that we get to and we feel like, you know what, guys, enough is enough. We take a stand here. This will be our Alamo, where we make our last stand. Do we have any place like that? Maybe not. Because I don't think we do. If we do, we have less than 40 days to prove that we're not just walkovers. To prove to the political class that we're not fools. To prove to them that you can take a people for granted for so long, only as they allow you to. The day they decide that enough is enough, you will show them that the words of Egyptian pro-democracy activist Wael Gonim are quite true. The power of the people will forever be greater than the people in power. A very good afternoon to you, wherever you're spacing from. I mean, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, in the words of my brother, Real Ever Best, depending on where you're spacing from. Welcome to the People's Parliament. My name is Omar Castro. I've been your regular host on this platform for quite a number of months. I've taken you through the list of our topics. I don't do this alone now. I have Sam Max Obesi with me, and I have Jimmy, my brother, with me. They're going to be coming in a bit. But once again, I welcome you to the People's Parliament. Today is going to be a very interesting conversation, I promise you. Because as new entrants into politics of Nigeria, we make mistakes. It's understandable. But at the end of the day, you need to have the ability to read the room. You see, the Nigerian political space is like a minefield in war. When opposing armies are trying to stop the advance of their opponents, I mean, they plant mines in fields. This is an unfortunate situation. But of course, it's an inevitable aspect of war that has destroyed so many lives. But that is exactly what the Nigerian political space is. You have to walk on a minefield and try to avoid stepping on one, because all you need to do is step on it and it blows you off. Boom. So what do? All of the work that you've been doing for so long can crumble in Nigerian politics in 48 hours max. Take it from me. I'm telling you. In 48 hours, you can lose everything because it's a minefield. And the biggest players are always happy to blow you up. They are relying on one thing. Just watch them. Let them go. They're novices. They will make mistakes. And when they sleep, we'll capitalize on it. We've come so far. We've traveled so long on this journey. And we're just about at the finish line. Keep it together, guys. Do not allow yourself to be drawn into needless conversations. Do not engage in debates with people whose candidates cannot even come out to speak to the Nigerian people. Do not allow people who are desperate for attention to create an atmosphere that would allow your principal to be dragged unnecessarily and will be put in a place where those who are there to defend him are not even up to the job. That situation will become very rampant in subsequent months. Pay attention. The Yoruba people have a very big love for poetry. They say if you look closely, you will see your nose. Try it as I speak to you right now. Just look closely. You might actually see your nose. That's all you need to do as we embark on the greatest journey of our lives. The finish line is here, and we have to stay strong. I love you so much. Thank you for joining me on this platform this afternoon. I can see the regulars already. My brother Ayodeji Oyewumi is here, Mr. Otegbe, Mr. Activism, Comrade AK Priest Munachi, Honorable Engineer, Madam Victoria, I love you so much. Josiah Mono, Anka Dede, big love from here. Temi, my sister, God bless you. Miss Barriat, thank you for joining us. Madam Madonna, Sweet Angel, Nostalgic. Oh, hope you're enjoying those books. Nice collection, by the way. Zos, my brother, God bless you. Tech Mayor, Ayomide, Alex, Madam Bolanle, Yusuf, Untong. Good afternoon to you. Happy Sunday. Adawari, my sister, God bless you. Dr. AI, I see you. Talatu, Agbo, Rita, Dr. D. Kingfisher, Mr. Tai Lulu, a regular on this platform from the first day. Lanre Onikon, Pavik, Moving Train. I see everybody. I can go on and on. Thank you for sticking around. That was a very interesting journey. But now I'll pass the ball to my co-host, Sam Max Obesi. Good afternoon from here. Jimmy, good morning to you over there. Who wants to go first?
I think Jimmy has
Let's
a
let.
reputation for
Okay,
No,
okay.
not
Who
this
wants to go
time.
first, guys?
Not
Guys?
this time.
Jimmy has a reputation for going very hard. So
Okay, all right, all
I'll
right, all right,
defer to him and then
all right.
I'll
Let's go
let him
with
take
Jimmy.
the lead on this one.
All right, Jimmy.
Okay.
Good
Um.
morning to you.
Yeah. Good morning. It's 7:39 here. That was a beautiful submission as always. You you always come in with the fire. Uh. Well, you know, I did some reading yesterday regarding uh the killing of clergymen in Nigeria, and it's been growing rapidly, by the day. Um, the funny thing is, it's been under the radar of the Americans, and they've been keeping tabs of what's been going on, especially in Kaduna. I'm not certain what is special about Southern Kaduna, but the focus is on Southern Kaduna. Um, Another news came out yesterday, Omar. I'm not sure if you've seen it. Um, the Khan chairman that was killed gruesomely. Apparently, it's as if they requested for ransom, 50 million naira ransom. The money was gathered. The money was sent to them. They rejected it and they killed him. So it's not about the money. It's not about the ransom. It's not about getting paid. This is there's a systematic cleansing of Christians in Nigeria, and it's been going on for a long time. Just that it's getting to a point at which they want to make a huge statement. It's been happening for a while. I would like anyone listening on this space right now to refer me or to put on the jumbotron if you've seen any mosque being attacked within the past 10 years. Actually, let me put it that way, a larger frame. 10 years, if you've seen any mosque being attacked, any imam or any Muslim clergyman that's been brutally murdered, killed, or any Islamic congregant that has been actually killed in the mosque. Have we forgotten what happened in Iwo? It's like we forget things so soon. What happened in Iwo? Over 40 people were killed in cold blood while worshiping. And some people were actually saying those guys were screaming, "Call your God to come save you." Well, God has actually sent someone to help us out, and that's Peter Obi. Take it or leave it. Anyhow you want to put it. It's now left for us to make the right choice and get this guy to that position to get the job done. See, there's no sugarcoating this situation. It's getting messier every single day. It's getting dirtier every single day, and they're not hiding it anymore. They are not hiding it anymore. And see, God is making these things obvious to us. It's eye opening, and it's maddening that some of us are actually defying this plain sight. We're going against all odds and just decide to be, should I say, dumb? I don't know what it is. If you've been paid to act, it's a different thing. But you don't have to bring in bigotry into this situation, because he's your tribe man, is from your locality. A lot of videos have been going around social media about people saying they want to vote for they want to vote for Tinubu simply because it's a Yoruba man. We see every single day, back to back, non-stop. They give us content every single day, non-stop. A few days ago, he was there meditating where it was meant to be signing peace accord. He wasn't sleeping. He was meditating. Look, we're at the peak of making things right in that country. A lot of people are looking up to us. The international community are looking up to us. The African countries, they're waiting on us. They want to suck from our strength. They're waiting for us to do something we should have done long time ago. We've come a long way. We've come a long way. Guys, let's not mess this up. It's going to be an interesting topic today. I love the topic. It's eye-opening. It's spiritual, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. But we have to say these things. Do you remember what happened to Deborah? Just because he mentioned someone's name, mentioned something they deem holy, right? Which is holy. I respect the religion, but taking it extra mile is something else. Do you remember what happened? It's a religion of peace. But we have extremists in our midst. We don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen. And that's the reason why we don't want a Muslim ticket. I'm saying it loud and clear. It's not commendable. I stand against it on every ground. I wouldn't recommend a Christian ticket either, or a Babalawo ticket. It's not constitutional from my own perspective, even though it's not in the law. But yeah, not at this point in time where we have this sensitive situation going on. No, we have a Christian as a VP. Nothing has changed. Now imagine having two Muslims, top two Muslims. What is going on in Kaduna? El Rufai has not come out to say a single word about it. It doesn't care. The Americans made statement about this before El Rufai, before the federal government, before Buhari. All this will change. We have a candidate that listens to us. Peter Obi was on AY show recently. It was explosive. This is someone that is so down to earth, is ready to relate with anybody. Let me not hog the mic for too much. I have Sam Max Obasi here to help with Omar. Thank you so much, guys. It's always lovely having you guys around. I can see the regulars, Otumba, Anka Dede, I see Saddam, Miss Barrett, all protocol daily observed. It's going to be a very beautiful day. It's going to be a long, interesting topic today. I welcome all us to this lovely segment of People's Parliament. Thank you so much. Let me yield back now so Max can take it away. Thank you, guys. I yield.
Thank you, Jimmy. I'm not going to say much because I've got some things on my sleeves. But another brilliant submission, the monologue, Omar. Very brilliant. Thank you for the work that you do and how you continue to promote the movement. Thank you, Jimmy, for your steadfastness. You guys are the MVPs, and at the end, we'll have time to shake hands and marry and look back on how much we've done and how much we've contributed for the benefits of Nigerians. And hopefully, by the grace of God, which I know is sufficient for us, Peter Obi is going to be our president in May 29th, 2023. Now that said, I just want to comment on one of the items that you mentioned and that Omar mentioned as well, which is the naivety around some of our supporters. I know that for many, this is the first time that they're into politics, even for some of the loud voices. To be honest, they do not have practical knowledge of what politics is. I'm reminded of, again, my favorite author, Thomas Sowell. He was talking about intellectuals and he said that one of the problems with intellectuals is that they have no practical knowledge or practical experience beyond their field of expertise. And we could see that we've got people that have got huge followings. We've got people that appear to be smart in one or two other aspects of life, but when it comes to politics, they're either naive or sometimes completely out of touch with reality. And that is why we must continue to hit the point, but I don't want us to get frustrated and begin to fight ourselves and begin to use the wrong words. But then again, we have to call some of our folks to order when we see them taking the wrong step. And what do I mean by that? We've got about, I think someone was calculating and said it's about 30 days or just a little over 30 days to an election. This is the time to consolidate. This is the time to build on the momentum that we have. This is the time for us to think more about strategy and not to subject ourselves to unnecessary ridicule, unnecessary criticism, and quite frankly, a public relations disaster. One of the things that I think we should be doing is looking at pockets of areas where we need to intensify our campaigns or where we need to do like mini rallies, pockets of areas. And that is why I like what Peter Obi is doing today in Kano, holding the rally in the areas where he's expecting his votes. And I've seen someone criticize the fact that some APC guy was criticizing the fact that he didn't use the Kano stadium and all that. He should use the stadium. I mean, so for what points when the people who are supporting him cannot get there? So this is the kind of things that we need to do. We need to look at areas where we have weak links in our campaign, and we need to strengthen those areas. This is not the time, in my opinion. People can differ. In my opinion, this is not the time to attend AY's publicity stunts. I mean, because there's no point attending a show with AY when he cannot come out openly to say he's supporting you. At the end of the day, the demography that AY controls, or the demography whose ears he has, those demography, they've heard about Peter Obi time and time again. And so if any one of them is saying that they've not made up their mind, quite frankly, they're lying to you. And if you don't think they're lying to you, then you might as well come to my village. I've got a bridge to sell to you. Now, that said, again, reiterating the point, we have to be careful the kind of spaces we attend, the kind of people that invite us to spaces. It is not bad to live in a bubble for just this one month. And this is not too much to ask from you guys. Everyone, heads up, concentrate. Do not think that you have to encourage public debates. This is not the time to do that. The people that you're against, they're not even tolerating you putting up your posters in Lagos, in Kano, and in other places where they have control. One thing we need to understand is that as it gets closer, the political elites are beginning to be more desperate. So expect some news that you may not be happy about. One of those news will probably be those clowns who call themselves G5 governors. Expect some of the unexpected. But then again, put your money where your mouth is, and put your energy where you can bring lights and bring light to the movement and bring gains for Peter Obi and Labour Party. So let's avoid infighting. This is not the time for it. But then again, let's also be very, very sensitive to the times. Let's not allow other people manipulate us to change the conversation in a way that we will not be leading the conversation. We have the conversation in our palms. We are leading, we are controlling the narrative. And don't forget, the social media is now what controls the mainstream media. And once you understand that social media controls the mainstream media now, you would understand the kind of power that you have as obedience. It means that you control the news circle in Nigeria. Don't give that away. Don't give any. I made a narrative on a different space today. Usain Bolt, when he was running for his Olympic, he won the first Olympic. He won, I think it was the second Olympic. He won medals. The third one, I think his final Olympic, Usain Bolt was not running, looking back I'm waiting for the other guys to come meet him, and then because of he wants a fair start, and then let them start again. No, once you run and you're ahead, you have to stay ahead until you get to finish line. We are already close to the finish line. We're ahead of these guys. They're playing catching up. This is not the time to look back and want to say we want to have a fair debate to bring them close. No, this is the time for us to fire on all cylinders. Put on your seat belts and match this. Just put on full throttle, fire on all cylinders. Take these issues to the grassroots. Look at pockets of areas where we need to do more sensitization, where we need to do mini rallies, where we need to speak to people. Those are what we should be looking at. This is now final. This part is the strategic parts, and a lot of mind games will be played, and that is why we have to be careful. One of the narratives that these guys are trying to set is that Peter Obi is not different from the other political parties. And when you begin to attend some of these spaces, that is the kind of story that they want to frame. But we're not giving them the chance. And not giving them the chance, meaning that you don't also give them the platform. So it is not enough to say that, yes, I'm going to push back. But what is most important is that you do not give people the platform to propagate those sort of sentiments that will be detrimental to the movement. So, guys, we're all doing well. The obedient movement is the greatest political storm that has hit Nigeria. And truly, like the songwriter said, they never saw us coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir Max. They never saw us coming. That is a very interesting way to look at it. And to pick the ball from where you dropped it, Sun Tzu opined that the opportunity of defeating the enemy is provided by the enemy itself. If you look at the candidates of both political parties that are contesting against Peter Obi, they've basically provided you the gasoline for you to smoke them. So why are you giving their deluded and deranged supporters the opportunity to come and cast aspersions on the personality of your own candidate, who is head and shoulders above their own candidate? There's no logical sense to it. But as Sir Mark said, it's not the time for name calling. Neither is it the time for personal attacks. I've had my fair share of name calling on this platform, and I've had my fair share of personal attacks on platforms like the Violence Space. But we're getting closer to D-Day. We need more allies than enemies. We need to stick together. There's nothing wrong in calling each other out when people go out of line. But at the end of the day, I would advise, in my opinion at this point, that we maintain a certain degree of decorum when we address these issues. I've been subtle, but you know me. I would always never ever resist the opportunity to throw a jibe. Because when you're fulfilling my prophecy and you're becoming a living embodiment of everything I said about you, you've given me the opportunity to laugh. I'm sorry, but I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. Because I told you at some point that, but then the quotes are out there. The people have seen it. The people heard it at the time. And I'm glad so many people remember it. But moving on. Today, I'm asking you a question, my fellow Nigerians. There is a northern Christian on this platform right now who's going to speak right after me. And these people, when they tell you their stories, you would understand the dangers that they're exposed to as a people. So I ask you, is there a systemic attempt to target the Christian community? What can the church do to protect itself? Does the church need to start paying more attention to the political stratosphere of the nation? These are the vital questions that we'll be starting with on today's episode of the People's Parliament. Thank you so much for sticking around as we've gone through our monologues and, of course, giving you an introduction to what we're going to be talking about. Today's trivia will be based on elections and political parties in Nigeria. 5 interesting questions that gets you the chance to win 20,000 naira. Of course, we might get donations from different parts who decide to support it based on your level of brilliance. And you have the right, if you don't want the money, to donate to any Peter Obi support group of your choice. Once again, my name is Omar, and thank you so much for joining us on the People's Parliament. I'll go straight to Zaria Yusuf. Zaria Yusuf, good evening from this part of the world. How are you doing?
Good evening, Omar. Thank you so much. I'm doing great from this part of the world, and it's an honor to be on the space. I have listened to the opening remarks, and most importantly, I've listened to your last comment, your question, your concern, very legitimate at that, about what exactly is going on. Is there a systemic? Is there a plan? Is there a strategy to particularly target Christian communities in the north? Outrightly, I would say yes to that. Let me take you somewhere, or let me mention something that seems very popular. There's something we call climate change. Climate change. Now, this climate change has become a tool that has been employed in massacres. Of course, what bearing does climate change have with this? I spoke with someone, of course, a reverend father. Obviously, he's not an illiterate or someone who just speaks things that just he catches in the air. Now, the theory is this, just to emphasize how complex and complicated the process is and why most likely neither locally or internationally is it getting any attention. The peoples of the Middle Belt have been presented as those who do not want to come to terms with the concept of climate change. There was a time when Governor Lalong came out and was talking about he studied blah blah blah. Even the government house on the plateau is on a cattle route and all of that nonsense. So strategically, locally, people from that oppressed region have been chosen to tend to appear to champion the concept of that. Now, how does it relate? The climate change simply means that there are people that raise their kettles far north, possibly outside the country, and because there is a change in climate, they are coming down south to feed their cattle to survive and all of that. Unfortunately, they are meeting another set of people that, although they have elites, do not want to align with that. So they are hostile against those people. And that is the reason why, Omar, if you kill 200 people today in southern Kaduna or Benue or anywhere, there is a likely chance the story that will go out is that there are hostilities against Fulani Rugas or against their cattle. So you get to hear more about cattle than you hear about the people or the mass graves. So that is basically how the people are seen. Why do you think, why has it become so sophisticated? Why is something like that? How did we get to the point where you would use that sophisticated subject of climate change to exterminate a people? And basically, it explains why nobody says anything, the government doesn't say anything, and then it's not even being labeled as what it is. A group of terrorists going to kill people, and then somebody will just tell you they are communal clashes. Of course, from communal clashes, they would ask why. They'll say, okay, these are farmers, and because of climate change, because of the change in vegetation, people move down, and that is why there are these clashes. But it's just an expansionist movement. And frankly speaking, the joy and the hope of anybody from that region comes from the fact that we have a candidate who definitely, for the first time in almost 3 decades, is raising the hope that there is actually a Nigeria to hold as one, there is actually a Nigeria to believe in. A man who, like every other oppressed person, comes from an ethnic region where people do not believe they have anything to bring on the table. Of course, we can benefit from their business skills, we can benefit from their money, we can extort them in terms of taxes, but we will not let them rule us. And God is changing the ties. I listened to a sermon by one fanatic cleric who was trying to emphasize how the entire election is just between 2 people. And he kept saying he's an enlightened man, he has traveled around, that it is illiterates that don't want to see it as APC and PDP. Unfortunately, he was advancing, he was demarcating Peter Obi, and it took almost an hour doing the same thing. And I said to myself, indeed, Peter Obi has come to stay. Otherwise, if you are that irrelevant, why should a cleric mount the pulpit and take almost an hour trying to demarcate you if you don't actually carry anything? So when I see things like that, it even gets me happy. And frankly speaking, So that is that in that regard. And then a lot of people are trying to weaponize it.
Sorry, Zari. Let me interject you for a minute. A couple of weeks back, I think it was during Christmas period, when an attack was made in southern Kaduna. You were one of the people that actually went down there afterwards. You went there with some food materials and some relief materials, and um, I the video, the pictures was all over the social media, and I was interested in the kind of artilleries those guys came with, and I requested if I can see a couple of shells from the from the scene. Some people had the live round on them, and some had the used one. So I just needed to get some serial number and everything. So I remember they had some live rounds there, and I was interested in having some of those. So I contacted you if you could help me get some live rounds. And you said something that very day that actually blew my mind away. You said the soldiers or the military people came by to collect the live rounds, and they claim it's theirs. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, we were in the town. A day after I delivered the items, some of the title holders said there was going to be invited me for a town hall meeting the following day. Although the paramount monarch was not there as at the time. So I was there, and then it turned out another group came with relief materials in the escort of some military personnel. Now, once somebody spoke and brought out the shells that were picked and even the live rounds, uh, when they stepped out, I was inside. When I finished addressing them, I stepped out and I noticed there were noises. So I walked, and then I realized they insisted that the live round from what they were having must be given to them. And he asked why, and he said it's because it belongs to the military. And he said, well, from the position you stood and you were shooting, my assumption would be that the ammunition should, whether it's a live round or the shells, should be in your position. These were picked in their houses and all of that. But well, that was quite instructive. But then he took the live round and he left with it. So he left, just the shells and all of that. So yeah, it did happen that way. I was there when
Okay,
that
so
happened.
for a clearer picture, terrorists came to attack southern Kaduna, right? They shot at people, they killed people, and the bullets were on the ground and everything. So they left, right? So people came out crying and everything, showing proof of the attack, the kind of bullet they were being shot at with, and the same bullet those terrorists used is the same bullet the armies are claiming it's theirs. Is that correct? Just for people listening.
Yeah, to the best of my ability, those shells you saw.
I don't know
Did
if
we
I'm the
lose
only
Ari?
one. Yes,
No,
I don't know if I'm the only
I
one who
think,
cannot hear Zari anymore.
yeah,
I
I
think he's
think we
having
lost him
connection
for a minute.
problems. Okay, if we
Probably got a
get him
call.
back,
Okay.
I think we should let him round up on that particular submission of his. But I don't think he's Zari. Are you there now?
Yes, I'm right here.
All right, please go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, when that happened, I had hoped, well, until date, there isn't any official statement from the state government or the federal government other than what private individuals have been doing, reaching out, which is typical of what has always happened along that region. And it connects to basically what is unfolding now, coming February, because I am of the opinion that if it had worked out, most likely you may not be hearing stories about those areas. They would long have been overrun. But if they have not been overrun, then it simply means someone would wish power would still be retained under the circumstances that things like that will continue to flourish. Otherwise, I mean, how do you explain a scenario where, as a sitting governor, 40 people are killed in one night, and until date, nobody says anything about it? And these people pick shells and then someone comes out and says it is our own, and nothing happens. I mean, so when you meet with these people, they tell you things you wouldn't even want to share, or you wouldn't even want to believe, except for the fact that they are there and they are seeing it. And so, looking beyond that is this very hope that we have. And I am so grateful about what was demonstrated yesterday in Kafanchan and Kaguru. It was almost as powerful as what happened in Jos, frankly speaking. And I think if you would compare it to what happened in Kaduna, the capital, there was a stronger and a more genuine spirit of solidarity with the obedient movement in southern Kaduna than Kaduna itself. Because when he came in, nobody even cared about any stories. The whole idea is that the people were there to welcome him. You could see the sincerity, you could see the tears in the eyes of women. When you see those tears, you know that it is a certain hope that if you need to get there, we can't have you saying you are not going to get there. It's more than Peter Obi becoming president. It's about the salvation of a people. It's about the survival of a race. You get the idea? So that is basically what it means to some of us. And that's why we just can't relent. And that's the reason when I see all of this politicking, electioneering, no LOC, no structure, blah, blah, it doesn't make sense. The idea is that there is the will of the people. There is the spirit of the people that has that is awakened, and nothing will break it,
Thank you very much, Zari. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the People's Parliament. You can check the Jumbotron for the list of the topics that we're discussing today. Right now, we're touching on what I choose to christen sitting ducks, the systemic killings of Nigerian clergymen. And of course, we can't talk about clergymen. Jimmy sent me the link to a particular article, and it really worried me because when I read it, I asked myself quite a number of questions. Is it that the church in Nigeria does not, or is it finding it difficult to see the existential crisis that is facing it as a union? The threats that they are facing, the kind of danger that this continuous systemic killing poses to them as an institution, as a body, that people rely on. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, and I would hand the mic to my brother Ayodeji Umi at this point. Ayo, how are you doing? Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but with...
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, okay. The blowback is still there, and there's a lot of background noise.
Okay, I tried moving away from that. I think it should be better now.
Are you using some kind of earpiece?
No, at all.
Is the phone on speaker?
No, just in regular connection.
Okay, because I keep hearing my voice, but you go ahead.
Okay, so good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Just like my friend Real Ever Best would say, depending on where you are spacing from. All right, so the topic before us this evening, considering the whole issue with regards to the killings of innocent individuals, regardless of the tribe or regardless of the religion inclination, should not even be what we should be discussing as an issue, as it were, if truly we are serious and if truly we are we consider ourselves humans. Okay, truly humans, because for goodness sake, we are not having discussion about issues, about, let's say, killings that were perpetrated by individuals that are non-Nigerians. We are talking about killings done by Nigerians on Nigerians. I mean, and it saddens the heart because honestly, just like I made a tweet earlier today that there is a battle ahead of us, and if this battle is not well, defined, and we are not ready, and we have enough arsenal, or we have enough armory in our arsenal, then I'm sorry, because honestly, the future of this nation is being threatened. We have to call it the way it is. The future of this nation is being threatened. If truly we want a united Nigeria, if truly we are so serious about having one nation, and I believe in the fact that it is not a mistake that we have in one nation. I believe in one Nigeria. But if truly we want this thing to work, then we need to look ourselves in the mirror and start asking critical and frank questions. Okay, time and time again we echo this statement, which is that there is no bigger Nigerian than the other. Regardless of your religion, regardless of your tribe, regardless of the state that you belong to, we are equal. So when we hear news of people being killed, reverend fathers being massacred, being martyred, it saddens the heart. It saddens the heart, because these are not those behind this are not foreigners. They are Nigerians. That's the truth. For whatever reason best known to them, it could be okay, just like Zari Yusuf said earlier. Okay, yeah, climate issue, but is climate issue is Nigeria the only country where climate challenges are being experienced? So are we saying that the best way we can as well respond to these climate changes and climate issue is for selected few individuals to be killing people just because they want to survive? Are there no better ways in which these cattle can be reared? Is Nigeria or Africa or sub-Saharan Africa the only place where cattle are being reared in the world? We need to start asking questions. We need to start challenging our sanity as individuals, because truth be told, some individuals, some human beings are no longer human beings. They are even lesser than animals. Because I believe that animals cannot even do that to themselves. We call ourselves Nigerians, for God's sake. And not no wonder you hear people from different tribes, from different regions, say they do not want to belong to this entity called Nigeria, because the country called Nigeria, the entity called Nigeria, has so much betrayed them. We can do better. We can do better. And that is why, as a Yoruba man, I keep saying it, I'm first a Nigerian, and secondly a Nigerian from the Yoruba extraction. And my own contribution is to ensure that every Nigerian, regardless of where you belong to, we can come together to chart a new course, to chart a new Nigeria. A lot of mistakes have been made in time past. Everything starts and ends with leadership. We've gotten it wrong over the years. Of course, we've had Yoruba people that have failed the country. We've had Hausa people that have failed the country. We've had Middle Belter people that have failed the country. We've had Easterner that have failed the country. We've had South, people from the minority region that have failed the country. So this issue that we are talking about, it's a collective error, collective mistake. Now, it is high time we begin to look into the future. It's high time we begin to look into the future and say to ourselves, you know what? Can we change the tide? Can we make it work? And that is why this whole election, just like my friend will say, it is not election, it is a situation that we have before us, ladies and gentlemen. We have before us the Bible says that life and death has been given to you. Nigerians, choose life so that you and your children can actually survive. So today it's a conversation around, the Fulani people are killing some people. I mean, the bad Fulani people. Let me correct myself. All right, the evil Fulani people, because not all Fulani people are bad. So the evil Fulani people, the criminals within that extraction, are killing people, killing innocent people. Both Christians, both Muslims, they are killing them. Okay, now it's high time for us to not say, you know what, guys, let us wrestle against this bloodthirsty demon by ensuring that we have a leader that is ready to face the challenges head on, without any form shying away from their responsibility, knowing fully well that the good people are more. We are in our numbers compared to these bad bloodthirsty demons. Enough of giving the initiative to the evil leaders who take advantage of the fact that the good ones will always keep quiet. The good ones will not rise up to the occasion. The good ones will not even come out on the day of election to vote, and will take advantage of that and would rather want to paint a scenario as though we have more wicked people in Nigeria. The fact is, that is a lie from the pit of hell. Right now, there's queue all over the country. Are you telling me that the people going on doing all of these things, we're all Nigerians are that bad and wicked? No. But the truth of the matter is that the good ones have always kept quiet over the years, and that is why this evil keep getting enough oxygen. So my whole submission will just be centered on one thing and one thing alone. Everything is all about leadership. And that is why God has given us another opportunity come 25th of February this year, just less than 35 days to go, to say, I am giving you another opportunity as a country. Choose this leader called Peter Obi. I don't talk about voting wisely again, if you don't, I mean, because that's already a cliche. Vote for Peter Obi, somebody that you know that if he messes up, you can hold him responsible. Somebody that you know for a fact, but based on his track record, he has what we call level of commitment to back every of his utterance, that he will be able to defend every Nigerian. He will be able to defend the good Fulani people. He will be able to defend the good Hausa people. He will be able to defend the good Kanuri people. He will be able to defend the good Nupe people. He will be able to defend the good Southern Kaduna people. He will be able to defend the Yorubas. He will be able to defend the good Igbos. He will be able to defend the good, everybody, because that is what being a Nigerian is all about. How can we say we are a nation that is working and we have IDP camp littered around the country like sawdust? We are not fighting any external war. We are not fighting any country. We just have selected few individuals, being powered by politicians, mind you, being powered by politicians, because these politicians are the ones funding some of this terrorism, killing innocent people, just for the fact that they just want to ensure that the unity of this country will not be actualized. And God has given us another opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, as I use the mic. Please, I know every one of us here, I want to assume 90% of us are obedient already. Please encourage everyone that you know. It is a battle for the future and for the soul of this country. In fact, the reality of it is that the soul of this country has long been taken by the devils and the evil, and the demons, okay, that have already taken advantage of our quietness. It's high time we stand up and we say to ourselves, enough is enough. We want to first defeat them, to take back the soul of this country, in order for us to be able to preserve the future of this great country called Nigeria. Thank you, and I believe that you will do the needful. Action is better than motion. We can always just gather here and talk about this. If we don't do the needful in ensuring that it is either Peter Obi or the country, or the future of this country is wherever. I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about. So please, let us do our part in ensuring that Peter Obi must, in capital letter, become the next president, and then we can now start having a conversation of a new Nigeria that can work for everyone. Thank you very much, Omar. You the mic.
Thank you so much, my dear brother Ayodeji Oyewumi. Brilliant submission as always, very passionate. And of course, I always tell Nigerians something. It is important for us to listen to understand, rather than listen to respond. Ayodeji has made quite a number of important points that I think we should take to heart as we approach a very critical stage in our nation's history. I want you to know, my fellow Nigerians, that if we come together as a people, if we stand side by side, if we hold our hands and we together invest our belief in a man that we know, who has the track record to get the job done, a man that can actually bring us out of the doldrums, we can create wonders. Even the dullest of our society agrees that when we come together, we can create wonders.
We can create wonders. Yeah, it is successful again. A town hall different from Blue Bulaba. A town hall different from Blue Bulaba. We can create wonders. Yeah, it is successful again. A town hall different from Blue Bulaba.
Even the dullest of our society believes that we can create wonders. So why can't you believe? Because I believe that if we come together, we can actually create wonders. Thank you so much for sticking around, guys. It's still the People's Parliament. Mr. Activism, are you available?
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Sunday. Yeah, we've spoken very passionately, and I think it's quite unfortunate that even the church is sanctimoniously becoming more hypocritical than it were before now. And it's unfortunate that the church is keeping quiet, knowing fully well that there are things going on. 8 years ago, if you tell me that there is anything like Islamization of Nigeria, I will tell you it's a lie. But the honest truth is that it comes gradually, but surely it's just working on it. If you go to the federal civil service system, you go to the where they get people get appointments in any of the federal government agencies, you will understand what I'm talking about. People don't get job. People get job because of the religion or faith. And that's where it is today. I'm not saying that, we don't have the bright mind from the north or from the south, from the east or from the west. We have the bright of minds or the brightest of mind everywhere. Is it possible for us to build a nation? Yes. But unfortunately, there's a calculated effort to do these things in the most deliberate manner, even as against what the constitution spelled out for, which recognizes that there should be some kind of an equitable resource sharing in the name of federal character system. And if you argue further, you look at a good example with all the paramilitary agencies in Nigeria, and you can pinpoint and make a case for yourself. You can just Google this thing and get a point that, yes, what are we saying? What are we talking about? And in the time of something of this nature, you keep quiet that you are in support of it. So the church at the highest level that we have had are continually keeping quiet. Even in this despicable time, people are being killed in the most unusual way. Somebody was killed, a river father was killed in Niger State. Up to this moment, the governor nor the president have made any remark. And you are not thinking that there is something wrong? Somebody was not just killed, he was burnt after he was killed. And you think it is normal that all is well? A friend said, I'm a Christian, I don't care. I said, you're not a Christian. If you are a Christian, you will care. If you have told me 10 years ago that, religion, this thing, I will tell you no. I stay in Abuja. I have worked with the system at the highest level. And I can say it for free that that's how the system is. And when I got to know these things, so I said, how much I have been on top of water. How much I have been foolish to think that things can work. There is a gradual, but surely a process. But the one that will climax it is the Muslim wooden ticket. It will continue unabated. There will be flagrant abuse if there is a constitution in the first place. In that regard, flagrant abuse to the extent that nobody will even have any hues and cry. You will know, you will see it. If I'm lying to you, go and check DSS recruitment list. It was somebody leaked it out. 80% of people that were recruited are from one particular state, and you think nothing is wrong. If I'm lying, go to a DSS office in central area close to the National Assembly. If you see 100 people.
Mr. Activism, I'd like to remind you that whatever you say on this platform is something that
it's
you
my
like.
opinion. It's my opinion.
Right,
it's my opinion. I'm a lawyer, so I should know what I'm talking about. What I'm giving you, I'm not telling you to believe what I'm saying. I say draw a line and go there and see for yourself. And whatever is going on, and you understand the implication of what we're talking about. Honestly speaking, it's unfortunate that we don't know the temerity. I'm not taking the temerity to look at what is going on. We think it is normal because you are living your life according to what you think is your mind. Your mind is just an isolation of what other people's mind are thinking about. People's mind are thinking far ahead of you. That demonstrating in a way that will recognize the system and build on the system to live on it. Somebody told me a few days ago, I said, do you think Obi will be able to come and dismantle these structures already? We're not talking about the political structure. There's a structure being built every day in Nigeria. And you think it is okay? There's a structure being built in Nigeria. That same structure is the structure that is designed to bring back, reduce and bring out the CBN governor. These are the structures I'm talking about. Either you are APC or PDP or whatever, it doesn't matter. What matters is, are you inside the inside? And if you're not part of the inside, you are wasting your time. You are thinking outside. And that's how that honest it could be. When I come out to talk about this thing in public, sometimes we want to say it so that you will know. You will know. You don't say, tomorrow, if I had known, I would have done better. Election is coming up again. What are you sounding on? What are you thinking? What are things that possess your mind? I spoke with a friend of mine. He was telling me that Obi had not convinced him. I said, I'm not ready to convince you in the first place too. But I will highlight some issues for you so that you will go home and make a proper decision on it. I did it, and I make sure that I spent 10 minutes to explain just a few things for him. Things that you can go and verify for yourself. Not Obi achievement, not about Obi. For me, I'm not voting for Obi per se. It's about a rescue mission. Because if he does not emerge this election, it will be very disastrous for a lot of us. And I know for sure. You may say, oh, God forbid. It is fine to say God forbid. But the truth is, if you don't know, you don't know. And if you don't know, what makes you better is the ability to wish to know. If you say, oh, I don't know where God will fight for me, fine and good. I pray that will not be our portion. Thank you, and happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday to you too, my brother. The book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14, it says, and the Lord will fight for me, and I shall hold my peace. I believe that as a religious nation, a very religious nation, we've held on to this notion for such a long time. But sometimes you see, they say heaven helps those who help themselves. Once again, you're listening to the People's Parliament. I'd like to believe we're streaming on the Violence Radio right now, so you can listen to us there. It's available on low data, radio.violencespace.com. I'll take our next speaker, my dear sister Lamin. Happy Sunday. Good evening.
Hi, Omar. Happy Sunday. Max, Jimmy, Ayodeji, Zari, Madam Bolanle. I hope you're all doing good. Okay. I actually requested the mic to, I don't know, it breaks my heart that I'm saying this. First of all, for us to, we all know what's going on in the north. North Central, we saw, about the rally, how the turnout in Niger, turnout in Plateau, Kaduna, and now Kano. We all know what's going on. So, Obi not being known in the north, we all know it's a lie. And that only further proves that we are all suffering in Nigeria. Northerners, Southerners, Igbo, Yoruba, Nupe, Gbagi, Tiv, Idoma, Igala, Ibira, all of us are in this mess together. I requested the mic because I needed us to be focused. I think we're beginning to digress. IJ mentioned this on Violence Space yesterday. We cannot center Obi around religion or ethnicity or anything. This man, he's contesting for election for everybody. You do not have. See, it hurts me that I have to be the one to say this because I'm a Muslim and I'm from the north. Or middle belt, I don't know, whatever it is that they choose to call us anytime, middle belt, north, or whatever. It breaks my heart that it's coming. Anyone who knows me, I do not talk religion. I don't speak for God. I tell people I'm not in any position to defend God, to speak for God, to do anything. God created me. He will speak for himself. And we need to understand that these people are fighting everybody. Muslim, Christians, everybody, we are all being killed. They killed kids from Islamia. Over 200 kids were adopted in Niger State. They go to the mosques in Niger and kill imam, adopt the women, rape kids. It happened in my state. In Sokoto, they rape. I hate it that I'm saying this. They rape women in the mosques. These guys they do not know religion. They have no faith. They are fighting the battle of the elites in this country. And I'm telling you, Islam has nothing to do with this. Nothing whatsoever to do with this. These people, if it is true that these northerners, these northern elites are doing this for religion, I tell you, the southern elite will fight them. They are doing it for themselves. When we have this morality police in Kano, they don't arrest the rich. If you as a common man Obi said we should stop using common man. Go and do anything. They will arrest you. You're not tying your hair very well. You have a dread. You're not covering your hair. A guy his hair is plaited. You can't do that. But a rich kid will do it and nothing will happen. It only tells us something. Morality police is for the masses. People are dying in Zamfara every day. Every day they kill clerics in the mosques. We just don't hear it. Every freaking day. You see this thing. You know the problem with the Northerners? When it happens, they want to cover it because they believe that anything they say, they're exposing Buhari. That is the unfortunate part of these people. Unfortunately, they will cover it because they believe that if you say these things, you're embarrassing Buhari, you are showing people that Buhari has failed. They kill women, kill clerics in the mosques in Zamfara, in Katsina, in Sokoto. It happens almost every week. They kill people. So when I'm telling you guys, this thing has nothing. Please do not center religion around Obi. Do not center any tribe around Obi. This man is running election on a clean slate. He has said it several times. Please, let's do anything possible because, unfortunately, again, not my fellow Northerners are very sensitive to this religion thing, and we have to be very careful not to give an impression. The reason we are supporting Obi because he's a Christian or he's Igbo. I am not a Christian and I'm not from the South and I'm not Igbo and I'm supporting him. So we cannot give an impression that the reason people or Obi is getting this followership is because he's a Christian or he's here to save Christians. No, he's not here. He's here to save this damn country. The country is in a mess. And we have to choose our words very carefully when we're making submission, especially on spaces. Very, very careful. We cannot center this man around any religion or any tribe. Please. This was the main reason I requested the mic, because this narrative is beginning to get to everywhere you go. You say, oh, the Christian. Hey, everybody is dying. People in my state are dying. These people are the ones, they killed kids in my state, and the next day my governor was doing party. It was everywhere on social media. He did not talk about it. And after 2 days, he traveled to go and watch Manchester United. That is how insensitive these guys are. They only know themselves, they speak for themselves and their children. And that is what we're about to kill. Obi is here to kill everything that will center about around religion or any tribe. If you thrive in this country, it is because you're good at it, not because you know Obi, not because you're Christian, not because you're Muslim, not because you're from the South or you're from the East. If you're hardworking in his tenure, you will thrive. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my sister Lamine. I always enjoy listening to you. And that's because you always bring a very interesting perspective into the conversation. First of all, I'd like to highlight that Peter Obi's candidacy, especially on this platform, is not being centered around religion or ethnicity in any way. I'd like to make that clear. I'm glad that you mentioned it, and I think it's important to put it forward to people. However, there are different interest bodies that participate in an election. For every interest body, there is something that they want from a particular candidate. I don't think it's wrong for the Christian community to look at a candidate, especially when they've had a vice president in position for 8 years who didn't serve any purpose, to their cause. Sometimes the Church of England participates actively in politics in England. The church in America are very, very active when it comes to politics. The fact that a body is supporting Peter Obi, I don't see anything wrong in that. And I think this is the kind of fear that has been planted in the heart of the Southern Church. I'm going to be very direct. I don't hold my words back. I hope you're still here. Please, can you bring Lamin back up, Jimmy, please? The Northern clerics, they brazenly preach for the support of a candidate up north with nothing happening. They brazenly sow seeds of division in their messages and nothing happens. The fact that I believe that the Nigerian church would benefit greatly from the candidacy of Peter Obi, I don't think it's a misplaced opinion. I understand that it's important to choose our words carefully. I totally get that. And I'm a big advocate of that. But you see, the Southern Church has grown in fear politically over the years, whereby they just feel like they can't speak. If they speak, if they support anybody openly, it might even dent the candidacy of that person. Why can one religious body feel free to express their political opinions and the other has to be extremely careful? That is a question I'm struggling to find answers to. If Lamin can respond to me, I'll be grateful. But I think Ayodeji wants to comment on this.
I can please IDG 1 second. Please 1 second. I have always been the one saying clerics must talk. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with people. See, I don't have a problem with any afa or any pastor or reverend or imam saying vote the right candidate. If anything, if any cleric or any malam talks ill about Obi, I'm the first person to bring his leg outside. I do that, and you all know that. That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying it's okay for us to say, for churches or mosques to say support P2B. I actually do not have a problem with people saying they want. If you want to even support APC, that's your shit. If you're not tired of what is going on in the country. But my point is, let's not give a notion. I'm talking about us now. Obedience. I'm not talking about churches. That's not what I'm saying. If anything, I've been hailing Dunamis and Living Faith pastor for all they've been doing. So I'm saying that we cannot say Obi is here to save the Christian community. That is the narrative I'm saying we cannot push. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not saying, of course we have to say, we have to. That's what I'm saying. We cannot give an impression. It doesn't bother me because I know that's not why he's here. I know that there's nothing anybody will say here that will shift me, that will move me. Nothing. There's nothing any human being will say on this space about Obi that will change what I think about him. That is me. I'm saying that we cannot push a narrative or mistakenly, we might not unknowingly now push a narrative saying that Obi is here to save the Christian community. That is the point I'm making. I'm not talking about churches. Of course, they should. They should. If some malams wants to be unfortunate, that's their business. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm not talking about churches or pastors. No. A priest was murdered in my state, burnt alive. My governor did not talk about it. I'm not even sure he's around. Most likely he's in Kaduna or he's in UK watching Manchester United. That is all he does. Malams were also killed in my state. He didn't say anything. That's the point I'm making. They are not here for anybody. Rufai is here for himself and his kids. My governor, I don't even know his name. That's how useless he is. He's here for himself and his kids. Shetima, the same thing. That is the point. This election is between the elites and us. And we must fight them with our heads together. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you so much, my dear sister. I got a comment in the comment section that says we should please move away from this topic. For me, it's fine. It's the People's Parliament, and you guys hold, if it's a general opinion that we should move away from this topic, please, I would like to see people indicate by waving their hands. Please, everyone on the space, if you want us to move from this topic, we have two other very interesting topics to discuss. If you want us to move away from it, I'm scrolling down now and looking through the listeners. If you want us to move away from this topic, please wave your hand. I can see one, Aluya Peter. I can see Answer K. I can see Wise. Just three. I can see Grace Johnson. I can see hands now. Okay. I want to get popular opinion. Okay, 100%. Everybody wants us to move away from the topic. Jimmy.
The question is, why do people want us to move away from the topic? I'm just curious. Because the thing is, we've been bamboozled into this mindset of there are some certain things you don't do. But look, ask questions. When you do that, you get enlightened. Here, my kids, they are still young. They ask me questions. We've been brought up in a way that They tell you don't do this, don't do that, don't ask this, don't ask that. You don't question elders. You don't do this. Look, if we want change, we don't have to pretend. Okay, we keep doing the same thing all over again, and we expect change. Hell no, it's not gonna happen. When there is time to talk about something, let us be man enough to talk about it and look for solution. This one that people are coming up and saying we shouldn't talk about it. Well, this is just my own opinion. I will stand on the fact that, look, it is a general topic. We can't just we brought this up in the first place, okay? Unless we're not man enough to handle the topic, we're not. It's not propaganda. We're saying what it is. We're calling it out for what it is. So anyone that is not comfortable with this, you can leave. You can leave. This is a space, not it's not a congregation for church members or Muslim or mosque people.
Jimmy,
You,
1 second, Jimmy.
yeah, go ahead.
I've just put out a poll on the chat box. If you want us to move away from this topic, just vote. Those who do not want, just vote, and then we can take it off from there. At the end of the day, we need to understand that this is the People's Parliament, and it's for the people, and it's for them to decide. So I'd just like everyone go to the poll. I'll try and put it on the jumbotron. Go to the poll, vote quickly, and then we can just use the
Okay,
sound.
so
Use the
Max,
opinion.
let me say this real quick. So we might as well just start doing a poll before we do People's Parliament and ask people for the topic we come up with. That's the way I see it.
No, I think I understand you, Jimmy, but one thing we need to understand again, when I was making my submission earlier on, um, we need to understand that we've got just 30 days to the elections. What we should be doing now strategically is to, I'm not against speaking about the topic. I always encourage public debates, but I don't think we should, at this point in time, focus on the issues that will divide us. I would advocate that we rather focus on the areas that we sort of agree, because I mean it's crunch time. We've got few days to the elections. I don't want to get involved, but if the people decide that okay, this issue we should discuss it, good and fine. But if they don't, you should understand why they don't, because it's just 30 days to the election, and people want to discuss issues that would help the campaign, help us, and not issues that would divide us. That they divide us or that they make us quarrel amongst ourselves does not mean that they're wrong in itself, but it's just understanding the moment, the times that we're in, and the things that we need to do at this time. Just that.
Yeah, Samax, I totally
Can I come in,
understand
please?
you. I did just give me a minute, please. Samax, I totally understand you, and I get where you're coming from. But I would like to state the objective of the People's Parliament, and I hope that people would hold this close to their hearts going forward. Um, I respect the obedient movement. I love the obedient movement. I appreciate being an integral part of the obedient movement in my own capacity. But the People's Parliament is not limited to the obedient movement. The People's Parliament is the People's Parliament, where we discuss topical issues that concerns the Nigerian state. Whether it's comfortable or it's not comfortable, this is the place where we have the difficult subjects. I'm willing to talk about it, and I believe that I have co-hosts with me who are on the same page. Myself and Samax, we've discussed very difficult topics on this platform. Weeks ago, before I took the Christmas and New Year break, we had a topic about the mass abortion that was being carried out by the Nigerian army. Because that does not concern Peter Obi, is it that we shouldn't talk about it? These are the questions. There are things going on in Nigeria. Reverend Father Archie is dead. He's a dead man, burnt alive because of his faith. That is worth talking about. I'm sorry if people don't feel comfortable about it, and I'm not going to press my opinion. There's a poll there. If the people agree that we should move away from this topic, I would humbly accept. But my opinion is that it's important to bring these things to the attention of the general public. There are things that we've discussed on this platform that nobody was going to talk about anyway.
Omar, I think you've stated it very clearly. And as we vote on the poll, I just want us to understand that we can discuss these issues and agree on certain things. If you look at the um, area of disagreement between Ayodeji and Lamen, it's not really on the disagreement is not really on the merit, it's not really on the substance of what they say. I think they agree, both of them are in agreement in terms of substance. I think it's just about characterizing certain things. I think Lamin agrees with Ayodeji's submission. I think the only area where she's giving caution, and this is to people who are obedient, because obviously there are people who are not obedient on the space as well. The area where he's giving caution, she's giving caution, is the fact that we shouldn't make the issue more about the fact we shouldn't paint Peter Obi as either an ethnic candidate or either a religious candidate. And I think that is something that Ayodeji can respond, and I know that Ayodeji would respond very well, because Ayodeji would probably agree with her. I've not spoken to Ayodeji, but I feel that he will probably agree with her and probably make some clarification. So I don't think that there's any issue that we cannot discuss. We can always discuss these issues, but it's just about understanding the thin line and knowing understanding the sensitivity of the moment as well. But I think it's
Sir
probably
Max, the
better.
reason
It's probably better for Ayodeji to.
Yes,
I think
I just want to mention something real quick before I yield the mic to Ayodeji. I got a comment the other in the comment section, because I've been reading through the comment section. Someone was like, please, can we stop quoting Bible verses? It's a general space. I'm lost at this point. What kind of Nigeria do we have? Can I not express my faith again because I'm hosting a Twitter space? I don't get it. Like, I don't understand the kind of idea that we've come to believe in. Like, a Muslim can come here and quote the Quran conveniently. It's a space. If you're a Babalawan, you can chant. Come here and chant. It's why it's called the People's Parliament. My right to express my faith cannot be, pushed back on the basis of the fear that you carry in your own heart. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. It's okay that you feel fear. But courage, in the words of Nelson Mandela, it's not the absence of fear. You can feel fear, but still stay courageous. Blimey. Guys, all right.
Okay, Omar, sorry, I need to say
Can I?
something.
Let me.
Sorry,
Lamin, I
Ayodeji,
think
Dr.
let's
Oloma
give
Binu.
Ayodeji the time.
My submission was not. I actually agree with Ayodeji's submission, because I listened to him. And if you notice, I was doing 100% and love emoji. My submission was because of the guy before me.
Oh, I think
It
that
was
was
because
Mr.
of the guy
Atinuze.
before me. I actually
Yeah.
agree with Ayodeji's submission 100%. My issue was, and it's not even about today, general. I was just trying to point out, because I remember I just said this thing on Violence Space yesterday, and I'm just saying that when we're saying P2B is coming, do we have a problem? Yes, we have Nigeria is a secular country. We cannot have anybody saying that this religion is superior to another religion. 100%, it's not going to happen. Not on my watch. I will not keep quiet for that to happen. But my point is that when we're talking about P2B, we're saying P2B is coming to save both the Muslims and the Christian. That's the point I'm trying to make. Any other thing, I don't have a problem with it. I understand that we have a crisis in this country, both the Muslims and the Christians. I'm not a hypocrite, so I understand that. I'm just saying that when we're talking about Obi, let's not center this thing around him. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so
Let me talk now.
let me clear the air on this.
Jimmy,
Jimmy, let's go with that.
Please,
What
I
did you say,
beg
Omar?
you. Let's go with Ayodeji. He's been waiting. I think he needs to respond directly.
Okay, all right.
Thank
Go.
you.
Thank you. I mean, thank you. Lamia has actually been able to done justice to the first part of my submission, which I believe that my earlier submission was not in any way an issue, or it did flame any ethnic or religious bias. Now, but this is my submission, and let me just reiterate my point again. I 100% agree with Lami's submission, 100%. Because see, for somebody who has been able to probably travel, to a whole lot of states in the country, especially in the northern part of the country, and as a Yoruba Christian, I believe that many of our problems are not in any way religious inclined. I've said this at offline, online before, meetings and what have you. That personally, I don't believe in the Islamization propaganda. Personally, now, of course, that is my own opinion. I don't believe in that propaganda. Okay, I don't believe that one person or group of individuals can actually even achieve that in a complex nation like this. This nation is not glued by super glue. Okay, in chemistry, in those days we call the hydrogen bond, the van der Waals force, and some of those were whatever technical, biochemical, jargon. It is difficult for us to. It's as good as saying somebody wants to break Nigeria. That's the same, quote unquote fallacy. It's not possible. It's going to be very, very difficult. So my point is this: our issue has always been that we have wicked people. Like when I say wicked people who suck the breast of demon, okay, who have, for whatever reason, mostly political, control of power, control of economic, believe that the best way to achieve those, create
I think
chaos.
RDG is getting it.
We're talking about. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
People happening right now in the southeast also premeditated. It is a script written by some people, by some powerful people, to create chaos in that region too. So now, but
I think
needs to be very, very careful.
Take your call.
Yeah, I keep dropping the. Sorry. All right. This way, obedience needs to be very, very careful. I think it was Senator Umar Sani that made this tweet a couple of days ago. He said, when a Christian is martyred in the north or killed, the Christian body, the church, talks about it. When Muslims are killed in the north, the Islamic body keeps quiet just because they want to protect Buhari. Now, it is until we are able to understand that, listen, obedience, and I'm speaking to all obedient here, you cannot set a prejudice, you cannot set a barrier, or you cannot judge certain people based on your own worldview. The reality around is that Muslims are also killed in the north, especially in a lot of rural areas and rural communities. I mean, we all saw the video, the BBC documentary that showed us that there's an internal crisis, ethnic crisis between the Hausas and the Fulanis, and I'm very sure that both of them are Muslims. I mean, a larger percentage of them are Muslims. Okay, now, but that does not mean that maybe, some people may actually have issues with some group of ethnic group. Yeah, there are a lot of ethnic crisis. Okay, that one is very, very sure, and we can't dispute that. But my point is, I don't think there are religious crises. It's all about people, group of individuals who have their own personal agenda and interest, and always want to actually ensure that this agenda and interest is being preached or being fueled based on our religious or ethnic differences easily. And we need to actually be able to run away from that and be able to see the problem for what the problem really is. Okay, the problem of Nigeria is that there are people who take advantage of illiteracy, takes advantage of poverty, takes advantage of our differences in terms of economic differences, religious differences, and what have you. And that is why we need a Peter Obi. The structure that Peter Obi is coming to destroy would eat some Christians, would eat some Muslims, okay, but more importantly, will unify us as a nation, where a South Kaduna person can go to the northern part of Kaduna without feeling any form of issue. It's vice versa. Everybody else feel okay because we are one, regardless of the tribe, regardless of the whatever. We are all doing okay. That is the nation that we need to start focusing on, and that is what Peter Obi is bringing to the table. I don't think Peter Obi is coming to rescue Christians. If you are talking about that, it's as good as saying we need another Messiah like Jesus Christ. Okay, so that's not the conversation here. The conversation is that we need to be able to talk about it. Yes, Christians are being killed in the north. Yes, let's talk about it. Muslims are also being killed in the north, and I want the Muslims, just like Lami, my sister said, yes, let's talk about it. The Muslims must also talk about it. They are human beings after all. I don't know, are they good? They are human beings. Let's talk about it. It's because the last time I checked, Buhari is a human being. I don't know why the Muslims, the northern Muslims, most of them don't even want to talk about it just because they believe it's their brother, what have you, like they say he's a God, is a Messiah. Let's talk about it. Because the more we talk about it, the better for us as a people. Thank you very much.
Make some revelations, because some of us must also have our own.
Okay, am I the only one who cannot hear Jimmy's audio?
One or two who have repented. They have sat down with us, not once, not twice. They told us that one of the northern governors is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Boko Haram and the bandits are one and the same thing. They have a sophisticated network. During this lockdown, their planes were moving up and down as though there was no lockdown. Moving ammunitions, moving logistics, moving money, and distributing them in different parts of the country. They're already in the south, in the rainforest of the south. They're everywhere. They told us that when they finish these rural killings, they will move to phase 2. The phase 2 is they will go into the urban cities, going from house to house, killing prominent people. I can tell you, this is the game plan. By 2022, they want to start a civil war in Nigeria. Don't joke with what I'm saying. I have a PhD from Oxford University. I'm a central banker. We don't talk nonsense. So don't joke with what I'm telling you. I have this from the highest possible authority, higher authorities of some of the commanders of the killers and Boko Haram.
You said northern governors, past or present, Dr. Badaya?
No, current. No, they said one of them is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. One of them. And they are not looking
Jimmy.
for money.
This message was on the 10th of August 2020. The man speaking is now dead. That man is now dead.
For the benefit of argument, Jimmy. We've gone past 2022 and there's no civil war yet. So maybe the prophecy wasn't that true anyway. But we'll come back to that in a bit. We'll take speakers. I can see a lot of people are itching to talk. But guys, let's simmer down a bit.
People say they fear too much. My people say they fear too much.
Thank you guys. Thank you for your patience. All right. Let's go with people who are yet to speak. I can see Madam Bolanle. I can see Dr. Dozier. Okay. I can also get a lot of DMs. Since I'm not sure this topic is advancing our cause, we can have these frank discussions after elections, please. Oh, okay. I don't know at this point, but I don't know. I really don't know. Honestly, I don't know what people understand of the People's Parliament. And big respect to the person who sent me this, but I can't. I'm sorry. I can't be caged because of the obedient movement. I cannot express the topics I want to talk about because of the obedient movement. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm a Nigerian. There will be People's Parliament after elections. Life will go on. I'm still going to talk about issues. So I don't like it when people try to curate the conversation we try to create here. I don't know. I just don't like it because we painstakingly pay attention to what is going on in the country. We pick out topics that affect the lives of people and we try to discuss it. As I said, the issue of the mass rape happening with the Nigerian army is not something that advances obedience cause, but are we not supposed to talk about it? You know, we have topics. There are things going on. Reverend Father Archie died. There are so many people in the comment section who disagree strongly, but it's not my own opinion to state. Madam Bolanle, please try and understand. I'm sorry. Otumba really wants to come in on this. I'm so sorry.
I think when people have their time to speak, they can choose to speak on any of the topics.
Yeah, whichever aspect of the topic they want to touch on, that would be nice.
So that way, those who feel that this is not the right conversation can bring up those other issues within the that we've set out to discuss today, and then we can move on with the conversation. In any case, no topic we do not. In line with our tradition, we do not discuss just one topic for the day. We progress the discussion, focus on other issues as well. So even if we discuss it, we're not going to discuss it for too long. We'll progress the discussion. So I just want people to keep that in mind. It's not a discussion that is based simply on one topic. So Anyways, go
Thank
ahead,
you so
Omar.
much, Sir Max. Thank you very much. Otumba, real quick, please. Good
Sorry,
evening.
my brother,
Happy good
and
morning. It's okay. It's fine.
good, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I have a lot of disagreements because, first of all, I'm from an ethnic minority myself, which people will wonder. This is funny. I'm Yoruba, okay, yes, fine, but I'm from Wadakeke, and anyone that calls the Wadakeke Ife clash, imagine that you coming up to say to me, it's a clash between Monarchy and Ifes, and that minimized it and made it drag on for so long. But actually, no, we are being oppressed by people. I take another example: Utsi and Tutsis. It's just saying, you know what? They killed Tutsi, but some Hutus also died now. So we can't just say it's a clash between Hutu and Tutsi. It's not a genocide now because why? Some Hutus also died now. But then we forget the number. So, that's why I take offense to people trying to say it's not. It's freaking religious. There's a reason why the ICR report said it's 9% of Christians martyred in 2022 were killed in Nigeria. Now, are they casualty of war? Yes. It's like me saying, oh, because US invaded Iraq, US is fighting against Iraq. No, because US soldiers are dying in Iraq. No, yes, they're dying in Iraq, but guess what? You invaded, you went to their country. Same with Russia, Ukraine war. It's like me saying, oh, it's a Russian Ukraine crash. Now, fam, it's Russia invading Ukraine. Now, are Russia's also dying? Yes. So that's why I take objection to when people say, okay, there's no war against Christianity in the North. Have you listened to Northern Christians talk? It's always funny when someone tell us, when the victims are telling us themselves that this is what we're going through, and we're trying to tell the victim, nah, fam, we don't think you understand what you're going through. That's where I disagree. And the second part is, I'm glad you guys stood your ground. This is not violence space or any other obedience. It's not necessarily, yes, this space is run by obedience, but it's not centered around obese campaign itself. So this is where me, for example, I come to a point where I can have some more nuanced discussion and where the lines are not blurred. So please, I just want to say, you guys, whatever topic you want to discuss, stick with it. We'll stick with you. If someone is not comfortable, you can leave the space. That's freedom of speech. That's where freedom of speech is. If you don't like what someone is saying, Twitter gives you the freedom to log out, open your own space, and talk about what you want to talk about. It's that simple. So that's where I'm like, okay, please, so you guys, I am glad you guys stood your ground and not change topic for anyone. It's you guys, because I know the process. You pick topics. This one I want to talk about, and then the last part I want to say is, staying away from uncomfortable conversation is why Nigeria is fucked, because people keep quiet. We've kept quiet on so many things for too long. Those that were supposed to speak up in 2015, if they spoke up very loudly, some of the people kept quiet in 2015. That's why we're where we're at. And I'm one of those victims where people, certain things, people were biting their tongue and saying so many things. So, you bite your tongue, and you keep getting slaughtered, waiting to get killed. So that's why I'm like, that whole uncomfortable. We need to see, the moment you start getting uncomfortable is when you're getting real solutions. No more cuddling, no bias. Let's speak the truth. Now, we might disagree, but it's also and I like the fact that I know you, Max and Jimmy, Omar. If this conversation is getting out of hand, you guys know how to pull it back. I don't feel like we've not even crossed anywhere yet. There's so many things I want to say. People want to say that even we like, you know what, it might be too inflammatory because I know how I deeply feel about things and not. But I keep quiet. But I haven't seen where we haven't. I don't think the conversation has gotten to any point where it's like, oh, let's kill the topic. Nah, fam, you don't like the topic, log out. I'm sorry, it's not my space, but that's what I'll tell them. Bye bye. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Max and Jimmy.
Thank you, Otumba. Always, always sharing my fire all the time. I really appreciate that. Let's go straight to Madam Bolanle. Madam Bolanle, good evening. I'm sorry for
Good.
the delay.
Yeah,
There's
it's all right. It's okay. I mean,
happy Sunday to you,
it's
ma'am.
happy Sunday. Omar, Max, Jimmy, Otuba, Madon, everybody else, Lamin. I greet you all. You see, you've hit the nail on the head, right? As a nation, there are certain conversations that we try and shy away from for fear of offending some people, right? However, what it has meant is that things have continued to escalate, right? So here's my take on it, right? Nigerians are more insecure than they've ever been, in the last 3-4 decades, right? So that's one truth. But the truth that can coexist besides that truth is the fact that as at 2022, more Christians, right, have been targeted and killed in Nigeria than every other country in the world combined. Right. So that in itself is like a thought, it's a very, very sobering statistics to hear in a country that is secular in nature. But that's one truth. But another truth is, we have Muslims who have been slaughtered in the north as well. Right. So you can have several truths sitting side by side, right? And we need to talk about it. Some Muslims are slaughtered because some people feel they're not Muslim enough. Christians might be slaughtered simply because they live on land that is seen as being bountiful with all the blessings that you can think of, fertile land, mineral extracts. But it's coincidental that they're Christians. But the particular person that we've referenced here is a priest, and he was targeted for being a Christian. You see, when I was watching the other day, when the White House spokesperson, when they were asked about putting Nigeria back on the list of nations of concern due to the religious killings, and they said, oh yeah, the there's a certain department that's going to deal with it, and the guy was like, how many more? And that's where the sobering thoughts should come in. We should all sit down and say to ourselves, how many more? What can we do as a country, as individuals who have been brought together with all Nigerians, be us Christian, Muslims, be us, we're so ethnically diverse, that it should be a conversation that we sit down and we have, as to why it's happening. Is there a political dimension? Of course. Is there, an us versus them situation where the elite and and the common man, there is, and with everything that is going on in Nigeria, there are several dimensions to it, but shying away from it is not going to help us. It's not going to help us. And I'm not even talking about Obi, because this problem predates Obi, and I mean it predates some of us on this space, because it's not a problem that has just come up. It is just that it has become more polarized in terms of North against South in recent times, and when I think back, I say to myself, look, there's a reason why there was federal character put into our constitution. It's the reason why we had the quota system. There's a reason why we all did that, and it was for everybody, to not feel marginalized for whatever reason. I mean, Buhari came in and the guy didn't care about that. He put all his people in place, which is dangerous. It's dangerous because it emboldens. We can't, it emboldens the extremists, right? We can't deny the fact that ISWAP and Boko Haram is raging in the country. Yes, they are. They are. Nigeria has been a destination for them, and they perhaps, if it was just north south thing, maybe they would have gotten further on, but it is not. Our country is so complex that they haven't succeeded thus far, but they are making inroads, and we can't ignore that fact, right? So in terms of people that don't link it to Obi's first priority is to secure the country, be you Muslim or Christian. Yeah, be you Fulani or Hausa or Bagi or Yoruba or Igbo or whatever part of Nigeria you come from. Everybody is experiencing a level of insecurity, and that is his role. But the nitty-gritty of the matter, when we sit down and unpick it, right, we can't deny We can't. I mean, it hurts me that people don't want to talk about it, because we need to. These are issues that if we don't talk about it, will continue, right? Regardless of whether, oh gosh. All right, that gave me a start. Right, I'll wrap up. I'll come back later because I have so much thoughts going around in my head. Let me yield at this point. Thanks, Omar.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just keep you around so we can keep the conversation going. For the sake of just some addition to what we've been talking about, Adam Garba posted a tweet on the 17th of January 2023. It says, in Nigeria, our fights are always internal. Boko Haram, bandits, IPOB, ESN, ISWAP, etc. All internal. I think it is high time Nigeria have a foreign enemy so that our attention can divert external for internal peace. When in football, Nigerians, regardless of background, come as one united entity to support fellow Nigerians to defeat any other foreign team. I believe the best solution to our internal peace is a formidable external enemy. This will unite all. I'm sorry, I can't help. I tried to be serious reading it, but it's such an unserious help. It says, this will unite all of us against such enemy, and away from our internal squabbles, and our divisions may heal. It is important for our military, diplomatic, and intelligence community start working to identify and profile a formidable external enemy that would divert Nigeria's quest for internal self-fighting against an external aggressor. I'm sure there must be one to give us the opportunity. What I understand by this statement is basically look for another country around you to invade. I'm sorry, guys, but when you say we shouldn't talk about stuff like this, these are people at the corridors of power. Shit is about to go down. They've completely lost the plot. I'm telling you. You guys think we shouldn't talk about it? All right, if you say so. If you say so, you'd remember someday that Omar Castro was here and he said his mind. Madam Madonna, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Jimmy, Oma, Maswell, Otumba, Sari, Bolanle, I guess, Lamin, Oladeji, Sadan, and Kadeji. I just swear, Oma, this is the first time I'm speaking in your space. Today, I'm a lucky person. I
You're
just
so
requested the mic.
welcome, Madam Madonna. You know I'm a big fan of you.
Don't always give me mic. Let me just
I'm
stay.
sorry.
So,
I'm sorry.
but
Right now we have about
I'm
29
about to leave.
requests.
I'm supposed to have left 17 minutes ago because we are going for PVC mobilization in my
Okay.
my LCD. So, but I want to say something before I leave. You see, Uma, I know this is your space, and if I check everybody that is in this space now, majority of them are obedient. And our principal, he has been making his keywords do not vote for me because I'm an Igbo man, do not vote for me because I'm a Christian, do not vote for me because of my tribe, vote for me because I'm competent, I'm a Nigerian, I'm competent, and I have all it to take to lead Nigeria. To echo on what Lamin said, I was in a space yesterday and one of obedience made a submission to the extent that the host corrected him more than 3 times. They were doing argument. He said, and I quote, he said that majority of Obi's vote, chunk of his vote will come from Christians. And the host corrected him and said, are you telling me that Muslims will not vote for Obi? That Obi has been saying it consistently that he's not a Christian president nor a Igbo president, that is a Nigerian president. That is number one. Number two is that we are not at the top. It is very difficult to get to the top and very easy to sleep, but it's even more difficult to stay on that top. I don't say we should not discuss, but whatever we are saying, our word should be seasoned with salt, knowing that there are a lot of banana peels set for us. Nigeria is a country that is controlled by especially religion and tribalism. So if whatever we are going to say, I will say like Paul. He said that eating meat offered to idol is nothing if you are learned, I mean if you are informed. But what of people that are not informed? What of people that are not learned? What of the people that are weak? He said, if me eating that meat offered to idol will make my brethren to fall, my sister or my brother to fall. He said, I will not eat that meat for the rest of my life. I think that we are in that critical stage. So we can discuss it, but let us season it with salt. And if you want to go and speak in a space, don't go there and paint Peter Obi as a Christian president. I think that is what Lamin is trying to say. Please, we are now at the cricket, but we are going to cross it, but we have to watch whatever we are saying now. We know that Obi is coming to save the whole of Nigeria. Every tribe is feeling the heat now. But if we now try to make it to be as if Obi is coming to, or we concentrate everything we are going. Remember, this your space is recorded, and some people, other people, when you finish, people will go and listen to it, and they will now go and say and begin to repeat what, if we shot that thing that guy said yesterday. Somebody has tweeted it this morning, and one of the our obedient people had to answer him, and me too, I replied. So I want us to be more careful now. It's not that we will not discuss. This is a people's parliament. We can discuss anything, but we are moving to something. All our eyes on something. As for me, the mark of obedience is on my body. Henceforth, let no man trouble me, for I bear the mark of obedience in my body until we take Peter Obi to Aso Rock. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Madam Madonna. I completely appreciate every submission that you've made. And with respect to what seems to have been, the poll suggests differently. There were more votes for people who want the topic to continue than those who do not want the topic to continue. But for the sake of wisdom, that is always profitable to direct, I'm going to shift the conversation and go straight to our trivia segment. If you want to touch on it and you come back and you touch on it, fine. But we've moved away from that topic and we're going straight to the fuel scarcity problem. That is a very interesting topic because I've been wondering, how can you have so much and then still lack? But before we go to that, let's take our trivia segment for this week. The trivia segment for this week is based on the political parties and the electoral process in Nigeria since 1960 till date. So the questions would be very wide-reaching. Let me start with the first one. So if you have the correct answer, feel free to come up and just unmute your mic and answer. The winner gets 20,000 naira, and if you want to donate to any support group and add it to that 20,000 naira, yeah, that's the way it goes. So let me just go straight to the questions. Number one, mention the three major political parties that contested the 1956-1957 elections. Mention the three major political parties that contested the 1956-1957 elections.
Can I go?
Yes.
Action group.
One.
I think you had the National Council of Nigeria, something,
Two.
NCN, and then you had UNIP.
Yes, United National Independence Party. Thank you so much, Otumba. Otumba with the correct answer for the first one. The second question is, when was the Labour Party of Nigeria formed? What was its initial name? When did it change its name to what it is now? When was the Labour Party of Nigeria formed? What was its initial name? When did it change its name to what it is right now?
Anybody that knows that answer has to Google it.
Oh my God. So when was the Labour Party of Nigeria formed? What was its initial name? When did it change its name to what it is now? Okay, I'm waiting. TikTok, guys, come on.
Papa, because na Google, everybody got to.
All right, we can do fastest finger first. You know,
Okay, let's do it. It
whoever.
was from 2002 called Chatting for Social Democrats, and it was changed in 2003. Yeah.
Yes, it was changed. It was changed in 2003. Yeah, of course you use Google. Nice one. Okay, Otumba with the correct answer for the second question. The third is mention the first three national chairmen of the People's Democratic Party. Mention the first three national chairmen of the People's Democratic Party. People are so quiet. Come on, use your computers, guys.
Solomon La.
Zari. I want it in the exact order. Yes, Solomon La is correct, but it doesn't come first. Mention the first three national chairmen of the People's Democratic Party.
I'll do obey Solomon La and I've forgotten the last person.
Hey, can I come in?
Yeah, Big Mag.
I'll do the Solomon La and Bamanga Tuko.
No. Who wants to go next? One final try, and then I would have to answer it myself. Come on, guys. Come on.
What party did you say?
The first three national chairmen of the People's Democratic Party.
PDP.
Was Ogula for one of them?
You didn't concern me and them now.
Okay, Dr. Alex Ekweme, Chief Solomon La, and Chief Barnabas Gemadi. Yeah, Dr. Alex Ekweme, Chief Solomon La, and Chief Barnabas Gemadi. I would like to. Okay, anyways, I think I should just leave that there. If the page refreshes, yeah. So Solomon La was the chairman from 1998 to 1999. Barnabas Gemadi was the chairman from 1999 to 2001, and before them, there was Alex Ifeanyi Ekweme, who was the first chairman of the People's Democratic Party and was also elected the vice president of Nigeria. That was back in 1979 anyway. Now, the fourth question, as we move on real quick. Mention all the electoral commissions that have existed in Nigeria since independence. Bodies like INEC, right? All of them. Since 1960. Mention all the electoral commissions that have existed in Nigeria since independence.
I only know Fedeco. I know Fedeco and INEC.
Yeah, Fedeco is correct actually. Well, yeah, there's been quite a number of them over the years. Okay,
Papa,
who wants to try? Come on, guys.
We don't know.
Okay. All right. So first we have the Electoral Commission of Nigeria, ECN. We have the Federal Electoral Commission, FEC. We have the Federal Electoral Commission, FEDECO. And we also had the National Electoral Commission, NEC. We now have the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. All of them now anyways, different bodies. Hopefully the clothes will change in this election. Last question. Mention the major political parties that contested the 1979 elections in Nigeria and their presidential candidates. I think Zari might want to go on this one, but it's dropped off. Mention the major political parties.
I can go. This is easy.
Okay.
NNPN, Shagari, UPN, AWO, NPP, Azikwe.
Yes. Correct answers. 3 correct answers. There were 2 other parties anyway. There was the Great Nigeria People's Party, the GNPP, and Wazir Ibrahim was their presidential candidate. Of course, maybe not so major. And there was People's Redemption Party, the PRP by Aminu Kano. So Otumba gets the highest prize for today's trivia segment, 20,000 naira to any support group of his choice. Yeah, thank you so much for taking part. Yeah, Otumba, please.
I think there's a flag initiative by Lamin Ngozi and I think Magnific did also. So trying to get flags. So I would likely kind to donate to that. So,
okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Otumba. I'll reach out to Big Mag and Lamine on the account number that the money should be transferred into. Thank you so much. So we're talking about the fuel scarcity in Nigeria. I think that's the topic we're going straight into at this point, having flogged that previous one, and of course, people were not really comfortable with it. So this report.
Lagos residents again woke up to another week of acute fuel shortage as more filling stations were on the lock and key say they had ran out of fuel. Meanwhile, the few stations were dispensing are accused of hoarding fuel, refusing to sell to motorists who have been on the queue as early as 5 a.m. While the reason for the scarcity is still unclear, Nigerians urge the federal government to find a lasting solution to the crisis. Our correspondent Abisola Adebayo went to the streets of Lagos to assess the situation and now files in this report.
Fuel stations locked. Long queues stretching into hundreds of meters, causing traffic gridlock. This scene is definitely not new in Lagos. For the 10th time this year, residents of Lagos are back on long queues at fuel stations, spending productive man hours waiting to purchase petrol, a product that seems not to be in supply.
It's been bad. I was here since 7 o'clock. Aside from Ikeja cantonment, it has been crawling because of the jerrycans they sell. You can see them there. The queue has been moving slowly and slowly. But it's so pathetic. The situation is very bad. Very bad because I'll be here almost 4 hours. I'll buy wish I was supposed to take it walking, but because of the fuel problem, I cannot walk.
The queues suddenly appeared in 4 stations across the state about a week ago, and it's gradually becoming a norm.
Okay. Yeah, so the fuel scarcity problem. I got a DM just now. Somebody says, please, can you read that Adamu Garba thing again? Okay, it says, in Nigeria, our fights are always internal. Boko Haram, bandits, IPOB, ESN, ISWAP, etc. All internal. I think it is high time Nigeria have a foreign enemy so that our attention can divert external for internal peace. When in football, Nigerians, regardless of background, come as one united entity to support fellow Nigerians to defeat any other foreign team. I believe the best solution to our internal peace is a formidable external enemy. This will unite all of us against such enemy, and away from our internal squabbles and our divisions may heal. It is important for our military, diplomatic, and intelligence community start working to identify and profile a formidable external enemy that will divert Nigeria's quest for internal self-fight. Jimmy, be calming down. He said, we divert Nigeria's external quest. Nigeria's quest for internal self-fighting against an external aggressor. I'm sure there must be one to give us the opportunity. Okay, my boss is here, Ibrahim Abdulkarim. He's the DG, the Director General of the Big Tent. I'm sure he has something to say about that because Adamu Garba is the gift that keeps giving. I mean, I read that stuff. I saw it myself and I thought it's not worth a topic on the People's Parliament, but I just thought I would read it out to people and somebody obviously. Oh, okay. I'm on the campaign, so you can hear Peter live. Mr. Ibrahim Abdulkarim, good evening.
Do you want to hear Mr. Peter on the rally in Kano so that you can have the feeling of the crowd in Kano? And go to my Twitter and see how many people are here. Just listen to him, Omar, please.
Other people give their wives, give their children. My children, I did not do contract. My children did not contract. No consultancy job. That's what we want. I will fight corruption. I want to end people stealing public money. They will not be and tell you they have structure. That structure is structure of poverty. Structure of non-life. Structure of killing. Structure of insecurity. That's structure is structure of
You can hear the violence.
Bro, that's some energy, man.
I'm hearing one that came on you. You voted for blue. That's the reason commander. Now we want to talk for human beings. That's what we want to talk to. What's your name of us? What are you for justice? Mama, Papa, human being. No money. You young people, the youth. This is your party. is your future.
They are listening on People's Parliament.
Yeah. Coming down with age. If you look at me, this is what ABC chairman is 75 years. PDP chairman is over 70 years. Our chairman is 62 years. If you combine my age and that of that you, the magnitude of you is that 50 something. If you combine the other one, they are 70. The other one, we don't know their age. We cannot continue this way. It is other people's home. No one can campaign for us. Election this year will be by confidence. It will be by capacity. It will be by compassion. Those who care about our society. It requires physical and mental energy. Look at two of us. Young people. You can't find us once. Young people. Anywhere you find us, will be there. We are not asking for this. I told you, but we don't want to end. We want governance. Nigeria is not producing anything. Your country is not producing anything. That is what we want to do. They tell you, let the English. They don't tell you, let the Aha! Now, for 700 to this, not be true. And because they steal the money, they buy dollars. When we start stealing, they come down. Let me tell you, Nigeria is not exporting anything. We used to export something. Today we are hungry. How can we be hungry? It is not possible. We have the land. The uncultivated land in the north is what I want to cultivate. They say to us that Sambisa forest is our problem. Because there's a problem in Borno State. No, we will convert it into agricultural land. Everyone knows the area of Sambisa forest. The area of Sambisa forest is 50,000 square kilometers of land. Israel is 22.1. So Sambisa forest is 3 times the size of Israel. We cannot allow it to be there. No, sir. It will cause trouble for us. Instead, it will put a lot of production for us. We can no longer continue. Total export of Nigeria last year. Total export, Nigeria, a country of 200 million people. Even on 903,000 square kilometers of land. Our total export last year is 18.9 trillion. If you convert it by 650, it's about 30 billion. We can't take it. Vietnam is 100 million. People are 331,000 kilometers of land. And one quarter, they live on 1/3 of our land. Half of our population, the export last year is over 350 billion. Nigeria will increase its export. We will turn this place into an industrial, from agriculture to industrialization, export, and we'll change it. Believe in us. Give us Nigeria. Support us. And to see a new Nigeria. We want to build a new Nigeria. Hold on responsible. Don't go with them again. All the promises in the past have failed. Now a new Nigeria is possible. You are not new Nigeria. Go out and make it work. Go out and make it work. Never body. Never body begin. Thank you and God bless all of you.
It's okay. Yeah, it's gone. Thank you for listening. I'll get back to you later when I go back to my hotel. Thank you. It's very
Thank you so
nice,
much, my dear.
very loud, very happy. Everybody's happy.
Thank you so much, my dear brother Ibrahim Abdul Karim, the DG of the Big Tent for the Obidati Campaign Council. Okay, let's move on with the conversation. Nigeria has so much oil. I mean, I've read the statistics at the start of this conversation. And why do we go through this problem every time? What exactly is the cause of the Nigerian fuel scarcity situation? Let's go with Dr. Dozie at this point. Good evening, Dr. Dozie. How are you doing?
Doing well, sir. Omar, it's good to hear your voice. Jimmy,
Yeah, good to
Super.
be here with you, sir. It's good to hear yours as well.
Very good. I actually raised my hand in the previous segment, which I will connect with your current question. Um, I think that the answer to the current one is simple. It's incompetence or oligarchy or both combined. Um, this scam that is it's called a subsidy is part of the problem, but most importantly, a lot of people are getting wealthy. A lot of powerful people are getting wealthy through this bracketeering. Is why we have the problem, which leads me to the fundamental thing is that Nigeria is currently an oligarchy of sorts, and it's connected to our previous conversation. This is not a theocracy. I was just checking the we try to make Islam or Christianity our problem. UAE is a majority, 75% Muslims. Their GDP per capita, I think it's about $44,000 US. Germany is a majority Christian country. Their GDP per capita is 51,000. Nigeria is whatever it is, and the GDP per capita is $2,000. So I think I came up when Lami was talking, and it reminded me of a lot of things. I think that which is why I joined this group. I like the obedient movement. We are so diverse and with different kinds of experiences and so forth, and that's what we should be celebrating. I was born as my parents lived in Sabongari, Kano, and my mother tells me story of when Murtala Muhammad, is that his name? The guy who was killed in 1976. Yeah, Murtala Muhammad was killed, and she experienced Nigerian civil war in southeastern Nigeria, and how afraid she was at that time. Um, but this week, a relative of mine was working for Nigerian army was killed in Katsina, and but I'm keenly aware that those of us who don't spend a lot of time, I'm connected to the north. I've spent time in Sharada, and my friend's house was burnt there at some point. But for any of these things that I call out, an experience of a Southerner in the north or Christian in the north, there's a lot more that Muslims in the north experience. Our problem is insecurity and incompetence that touches everybody. I experienced this closely when I think it was 2013 or 12. Somebody I know was killed in Yobe at the time. Um, it was around Boko Haram stuff, and I called a friend of mine who's from Yobe, and we served together in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State. Ahmed is his name. I called him. I said, Ahmed, why are people killing my people? And it was an honest question from me, and he was really upset. And Ahmed told me, do you realize I've lost more people to Boko Haram than you? And it was a moment of enlightenment, of shame, and of understanding the complexity of the place called Nigeria. And since then, I've started using that lens to look at these kinds of things. For example, those who live in the US, you hear all the things happening in Southside Chicago. And some people, and that's gun violence. And some people try to use that to say that, you know, the black people are menace to society. But the biggest victims of gun violence in Southside Chicago are also black people. So my point here is that to the extent that we try to bring in religion, whether that's Christianity or Islam, as a source of our problem, it becomes almost a distraction. I go further to say that I'm from southeastern Nigeria, at least that's where I was born. I don't live there now. We've had Abia State has had successive Christians from southeastern Nigeria as their leaders for the last 20 years. I'm restraining myself from using colorful words to describe what is Abia State today. It's a big mess. I'd rather take an atheist and Muslim or somebody who knows what they're doing.
to fix the place. So let's come together and recognize that our problem, whether it's for fuel scarcity, for killings, for insecurity, for whatever, is incompetent oligarchs who are driving the affairs of Nigeria, and that's what we should be laser focused around. But we should also be a bit more curious because we tend to view the world from the places where we know the most. And I'm rounding up here that we should learn from the experiences of our brothers and sisters in the places where we don't spend the most time. And with that, I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dozier. Dr. Dozier Amazier, thank you so much. Brilliant submission. Moving forward, Sadiq, good evening, sir. How are you doing? Sadiq, are you available? Mr. Otegbe, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Wow, I'm
Please go
back
ahead.
here. Thank you, Omar. Thank you for always having my back and allowing me talk to our people. And thank you, people, for listening. I wanted to talk about everything, but the passionate appeal from Lami rung a bell. I tried to reason with it, but I found it logical for us to continue to have the discussion. Not because I think Muslims are a problem, but because I think there is a problem. And the problem with Nigeria is the impunity. The impunity of killing people, regardless of where they are from. And the excuse that some people can be given like a blank check or a permission. Because you mentioned the silence when the Muslims are killed in the north, but there's silence from fellow Muslims. That is why we need to talk about it to encourage our fellow Muslims in the north not to accept these killings from their oligarchs, from their elites. Because the truth is, who is in charge of Nigeria presently? Who are those occupying all of the positions? Why did they win that election in 2015? They won that election based on the promise that the Ijaw man that was there was not doing enough to protect their people. And now they are there and it is worse, and they are quiet about it. Oh well, if they are quiet about it, then we will talk about our own. And that is why we are talking about our own. And they should not be quiet about it. Whether we like it or not, we know how we are in the country. We have not yet developed. And what we are
Mr. Otegbe, did you get a call? Okay, I think he's not available. Savik, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Omar. How you doing?
I'm doing great, sir. Happy Sunday to you. Good evening.
Thank you, Omar. I actually wanted to, continue to listen, but I just requested the mic because I wanted to kind of add one thing, to the conversation that is going on. One of the last one that you said was about the fuel scarcity, right? Let us recall that what Obi has been saying regarding fuel scarcity is around the criminality that has persisted in Nigeria right from time immemorial, right? And we do hope that by after May 29th, he's going to try to dismantle some of these structures that actually have held Nigeria hostage, for the last many years. If you recall what is happening within the oil sector, is some sort of cabals. Now there are cabals that are actually running the oil sector. I used to be, work with the oil industry, so I know at least one or two things that happen there. So I will tell you that what is going on with this fuel scarcity is man-made, right? Some people actually know that they can actually strangle Nigerians in a way to make more money. This fuel scarcity you're seeing right now is actually enriching a lot of, is making so many people billionaires, right? So it's not far-fetched. It's a criminal enterprise. And it has been going on all these years because a lot of people are cashing in on it. And just small group of people that has held Nigeria hostage. And so this first case, don't let anybody gaslight you. Don't let anybody deceive you. This fuel scarcity is actually orchestrated by some people. Because right now, you go into these fuel depots, they are selling fuel right now, 300 naira, 400 naira, depending on where you can get it. This is some people making more than 200% margin on top of their cost price. That's what is going on. And so it's not going to stop until someone with the political will comes in to dismantle the enterprise, to dismantle the corrupt criminality. Remember what happened to Okonjo-Iweala when she talked about this same group of people that are actually masterminding the importation of fuel and the subsidy. What happened to her? They kidnapped her dad. They threatened her. And that's why one of the things that she wrote in her book, Fighting Corruption is Dangerous. And so we know all these things. Fuel scarcity is not... See, if you drive across the border and go to the Benin Republic and or Togo and all these people, you can get some of these things. You cannot. The same thing with power. The same thing in every single thing in Nigeria is orchestrated by criminals. The corrupt structure. They do all these things to enrich themselves. And so I agree with some people that have said that this election is between the criminal elites and the poor masses. That's what this election is all about. It's not about religion. It's not about ethnicity. It is between the criminal elites and Nigerians. And so that brings me to one other thing I wanted to add, the discussion that I kind of, went on the platform, that people were kind of feeling a little bit uncomfortable with. I think Peter Obi has made it clear to all of us. If we want to campaign for him, let's campaign for him on character, on competence, and what? On his empathy to rescue Nigeria. And I agree with you, Omar, we shouldn't be kind of dictating what, we should be discussing on people's platform. But my own opinion is that we are in the crunch time, right? And every single utterances that people at the forefront of the obedient movement makes is going to be interpreted. That's why I kind of throw some kind of caution here that, why I think it is relevant that we discuss some of these, uncomfortable truths. We are in the crunch time of this electioneering campaign. And a lot of the things that we may say, a lot of people might interpret it in a different way. And so I will advise that we kind of zero in on what this campaign is all about. While we discuss every other thing that happens within the Nigerian political space within the week, we zero in on what this campaign is all about, which is the campaign is between the criminal elites and the common Nigeria, which they have actually subjugated all these years. Is it a fact that that is a orchestrated plan to matter Christians in Nigeria? The answer is yes. The global information and statistics are there to confirm that. Is this equally true that some Muslims are being murdered in the north? The answer is true. Are there people within the corrupt elites that actually want to promote the Muslim ticket in order to further subjugate Christians in the north and down the south? The answer is true. So all of these things can actually exist as truth. But is it actually what we want to actually kind of zero in on the final lap of the election on? Because some people might kind of capitalize on it to continue to promote their religious bigotry, to continue to promote because all they have done in this election is try to paint someone along religious and tribal lines, even though they are the architect of the religious ticket, based on what Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done with the Muslim ticket. So I don't want us to kind of make our discourse around some of these things. Yes, we need to call them out because people are being killed every single day. But when we see some of the discussions getting heated, so let's kind of throw some cautions and try to center the conversation around the criminal elites and the common person. And that's what Peter Obi is coming to dismantle. He's coming in there as a Christian president, as a Muslim president, as an ordinary person president, as a northern president, as a western president. Every Nigerian matters to his ticket. Every Nigerian. The way he's going to take care of the Christians is the way he's going to take care of the Muslims. Is the way he's going to take care of the northerners and southerners. He is a Nigerian candidate. That's what he is. That's why he keeps telling you that the vast land in the north is actually Nigeria's greatest asset. And that he's going to zero in on it to make sure that we move away from the dependency in oil and make sure that you utilize those fertile land in the north. The north is mostly Muslims. And so if you see where his heart belongs, he knows that he is rising above the religious bigotry that they've tried to paint his campaign on. The ethnic bigotry that they've tried to paint his campaign on, right? And so we, the followers, right, we try to kind of mirror his, the way his thought process and make sure we are flowing suit. So I just wanted to drop that in there. Of course, the People's Parliament is a parliament that we can discuss anything, but I know let's try to throw some caution there because some folks that are listening here are looking for something to kind of catch on and then try to use it. Just look at what of some of the APC and PD people have tweeted out today. There's one tweet that they are copying and pasting and saying that Peter Obi is having his campaign, around where you have, a lot of Igbos, there are churches around there. That's where he chose to go and do his campaign. You can see they are just looking for all these small things they can use to latch onto, to promote their religious and ethnic bigotry. So I think the way we moderate our discourse is going to help us to navigate, these uncharted waters because that's actually what the opposition is looking for. So I yield the mic at this point, Omar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Savik. Thank you for being a voice of reason. Mr. Justus, good evening, sir. Mr. Justus, are you available?
Yes, I am. I salute you, my brother.
All right.
Omar.
Good evening. Happy Sunday to you,
I
sir.
wish you the best of the day. Good evening to us all, my brother Max, my brother Jimmy, Savik, and Otumba is here, Ayodeji, and all other eminent members of this group, the Obedient Movement. This is a People's Parliament where we discuss issues that affect us commonly as Nigerians who have passion, who are interested in seeing a working Nigeria. And quite frankly, I believe that there is no aspect of our national lives that we cannot touch on. Issues may affect us differently, but our realities, our respective individual realities, remain our realities. As a Nigerian of Igbo extraction, a Christian living in the Southeast, my realities may not be entirely the same with the realities of a Nigerian of Bagi extraction, possibly living in Abuja. But there are common denominators. When we talk about insecurity in Nigeria, it affects us, no matter who you are. When we talk about the terrible economy that has been saddled on us by these wicked, elites, nobody, is free from it. When we talk about the issue of fuel scarcity, which is one of the topics we are to discuss this afternoon, nobody is free. It pains me that after the 2012, episode, when the issue of subsidy removal was on the front burner, and the agitations were made that will come back 11 years after, and we are still harping on that same issue. And it pains me again that this wicked political party or leaders that cashed in on the sentiment of Nigerians in 2000, from 2012, when Jonathan attempted to remove fuel subsidy and fully deregulate, the downstream sector of our oil industry. Those who cashed in on that particular, frayed nerves of Nigerians and rode to power in 2015 have continued and even exacerbated the sorrows of Nigerians with respect to fuel scarcity and high cost of fuel when available. Nobody could have imagined that in 2023, Nigerians will be buying fuel that is being subsidized because I don't know, sometimes some of the things we hear around this, oil industry, beggars believe. I don't know. The information we have is that fuel is still being subsidized. Fuel is still being regulated. And the official pump price is 162 naira or 165 thereabouts. And today, we are buying fuel 350 naira. Petrol stations dispense this product, collect money from Nigerians, unregulated. Yet we have a government. Nobody can convince me that such a government that has shirked its responsibility of regulating a product they said is regulated is not in bed with those who are ripping Nigerians off. There is no explanation, to that, issue. If the government says that they will fully deregulate on the first day of June 2023, they have budgeted for subsidy till the end of May this year. And fuel is this costly, and nobody is querying anybody. We have a DPR, which is not doing anything. That means that this government is part of the criminal enterprise that has, brought so much pain, to Nigerians, that has brought a painful Christmas Christmas and New Year to Nigerians. Where transportation from Abuja, by road from Abuja to Port Harcourt was as high as 35,000 naira. Where transportation from Lagos to Onitsha was as high as 30,000 naira. And yet we have a government in place. It pains me. And this government, this political party in power, still have the temerity to be campaigning and not paying attention to these things? Well, all of us that are here, we are Nigerians. And these things pain us, the same way. We have a duty. Nobody rewards incompetence. Nobody rewards an armed robber that has robbed him. Nobody, will cuddle a man that is out to kill him. As we have seen, the APC has shown in their management of our oil industry in the last 7.5 years and more that they are grossly incompetent. They have shown that their goal is to kill Nigerians with pains. And Nigerians are truly dying. All I implore us to do is to ready our PVCs, mobilize people as much as we can, and make sure that we will deal a decisive blow on the APC and their twin brother, the PDP. Let us elect a man that he has taken Mr. Peter B's, candidacy to reveal to Nigerians that even the subsidy scheme is a criminal enterprise with which the elite are ripping Nigerians off. Peter said, you would recall, that we talk about oil, theft. That no poor man can steal oil because it's not a commodity you put in your pocket. You have to bring in sheep. Who amongst us here can facilitate the stealing of oil? It's not like going into a petrol station to scoop, one gallon of oil. Nobody. None of us here can do that. It takes those super rich criminals who want to continue amassing wealth that they cannot even finish using in 10 lifetimes. And they are there inflicting pain on us. These are the people that are stealing oil. These are the people that have kept, the industry that should bring joy, that should be the source of pride of Nigerians. They have kept it, far from us. We have to respond as appropriate. February 25th this year offers us an opportunity. Yes. Offers us an opportunity to pay them in their own coin, treat them as they deserve by booting them out permanently. We are fortunate enough to have a man that we can trust, going by his, unassailable, clean record, Mr. P2B. Let us, as Nigerians, rise in one voice and ensure that Peter is elected on the 25th of February, and come May 29th, all of us will begin the process of rebuilding Nigeria. Thank you. God bless you. I yield the mic.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to Nigeria. Just a few days ago, an absolutely horrific story. A Catholic priest in his rectory early Sunday morning was literally burned to death. Bandits burned the rectory. And today, as a matter of fact, Pope Francis asked the world to pray for Father Isaac Achi. Question one, two questions here. One, will the Biden administration forcefully condemn acts of violence against Christians in Nigeria?
So let me just say we are saddened by the senseless killing. We've seen the reports and we certainly are saddened by that. We are monitoring the situation as information develops. And so we hope the Nigerian authorities will quickly bring the perpetrators to justice. And of course, we condemn violence of any kind. And so that is something that you've heard me say many times from this podium, and that is something that we will continue to condemn.
Follow up on that. How many more Nigerian priests have to be so brutally murdered before Nigeria is placed back on the countries of particular concern list, the State Department's list?
That is something I would refer you to the State Department about, that particular.
God bless the soul of Reverend Father Archie. Run if you can. The people tend to move on real quick. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the People's Parliament. I'll go with Mr. Otegbe to finish his submission in a minute, please. Mr. Otegbe, are you there?
Thank you. My phone is bad. I'm gathering money to send for Peter Obi for this last lap, actually. So I'll just round up by saying, all these topics we are talking about, they are all tied to one thing. There is a big cloak around Nigeria's problem, be it power, energy, fuel, gas, and even this insecurity in all parts of Nigeria, particularly the one in the north. There's this cloak where it is happening. Who are those doing it? We don't know, and we should know. We have a Freedom of Information Bill in this country. We have DSS, we have NIA, we have billions of naira being trillions, in fact, being allocated to security, to what do they call it? Security vote. People are working as intelligence agents in this country, and even other countries has given us information, but we don't know. So the problem is the cloak. Why Jonathan could not deal with the cloak and come out to Nigerians, even if you can do it, and call their names, I don't know. Why Buhari is quiet, I don't know. Just yesterday, I just sat down and thought about Yemi, Pastor Yemi, and I realized how happy I am to see him go. And I'm ready to see a Yusuf in that position, because a Yusuf will do better for the Christians in Southern Kaduna than Pastor Yemi has done for them. They were killed. Yemi's heart went out. His body was just chilling and eating. Yusuf will do better. So it is not really about the personality or religion of anybody here. No, it's really about the cloak. And that's what I want Lami to know, is that when we are talking about it, I mean, some people don't know how to use their words, but let's look at the intention. The intention is to say to these leaders that this is wrong. The people are saying this is wrong. We need answers and we need solutions. You cannot just be quiet about it. Yemi is a disappointment. Redeemed Church, I don't know. I feel they're a disappointment. They're a disappointment. And Yusuf is one of my favorite people. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed is one of the reasons I stand solidly behind Peter Obi. It's just because I know he will even do better. So in everything, I'm just saying there's a problem, and we need people with the will to and the respect for the Nigerian people and the will to stand against this structure. It is definitely a structure. It's definitely something. And I'm sure that when the right people are in power, if it means for them to expose their colleague elites in order for these things to stop, then they will. Because the solution to this thing is for the people in power with the information to let all of us know who our enemies are. Right now, we are fighting blind. We don't know. And that is why I fear for this election. I see your hands, and I feel like, okay, they might employ violence against us to stop these people that might expose them when they become president from becoming president. So I'm saving money. That's why my phone is not even good. For this last lap, I was thinking election monitoring is the solution, but now I'm thinking of some kind of propaganda for us to, interpret this Obi's rhetorics and every rhetoric, and even create rhetorics telling the talks that are going to be used that no, and Obi's government is better for you. Don't come and kill your fellow Nigerians just for a pot of beans. Meanwhile, Obi can give you this and give you that. We need such messagings. And I'm looking for the support group that is going to push such propaganda in voices of people like Pasoma, you don't need those individuals, but you need their voices. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk. And don't be afraid, my fellow Muslim in the north and even in the west of Nigeria. We are not after you. We want the veil to be uplifted. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The reason I played that clip before you spoke was because I wanted everyone to remember where we started from. I just wanted to bring attention to the killing of Reverend Father Archie, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If people feel like it's okay to move on real quick from that, I mean, as I said before, Jimmy,
Omar,
please
can
go
I?
ahead.
Yeah, can I?
Yes,
Can
please.
I just quickly say something? You see, here's the thing: people die every day. We all know that. Christians are being killed. Muslims are being killed. Yes, there's no doubt about that. But here's it: the problem. Um, we're calling our attention to something that is more serious than just regular killing. Okay. Now, Christians are being targeted, and the reason why I said that is simply because of what we've been seeing so far. Clergymen are being killed by the day, right? And churches are being attacked. Churches are being burnt down. This is not a one-sided topic, right? But it is a one-sided topic. It is a one-sided topic in the sense that we've not heard of any mosques being burnt. We've not heard of any imam being slaughtered, right? But it is not a one-sided topic in the sense that both Christians and Muslims are being killed. But what we're talking about this particular topic is the fact that clergymen in the north are getting killed. And that's just what we're focusing on. And to my surprise, I've been getting a lot of DMs, right? I've been getting a lot of DMs about we should stop the topic, blah blah blah. Well, I'm not the host, I'm a co-host. Left alone to me, I would never back down. And the shocking thing is that 90% of the people in my inbox are Christians. 90% of the people telling us to shut this topic down are Christians, and they're just I don't understand what it is. I don't know, but I don't, honestly speaking, I don't care. It's in the news, it's out there. Are Christians getting killed? Yes. By the day? Yes. In churches? Yes. Clergymen? Yes. That's just the plain truth. So there's no point sugarcoating it. It's not propaganda. We're not just coming up with these stories. So what is that thing that is inconveniencing you? That topic where it vex you. Now that topic me won't talk about. Yoruba says, onítọ̀mọ̀ ìyá méjì bá wọlé tán bá bára wọn sùn tọ̀rọ̀, tán bá rẹ́rìn jáde irọ́ náà pa fúnra wọn, tán bá lejú jáde òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ náà bára wọn sọ. Meaning, when siblings go into the private room to speak, when they go inside to talk to themselves, when they come outside laughing, they've lied to themselves. But when they come outside with tears in their eyes and frowned face, they've spoken the truth. And that's just what it is. Back to you now, Omar.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Let's go with Ripple. Ripple, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me
Your
clearly.
voice is very faint, by the way.
One moment, please.
Okay. All right, let's go to incoming virus. Before Zari Yusuf, I see your hand. Incoming virus, are you there?
Yes, sir. My
Okay.
brother Omar. Good
I'm
evening to
talking to
you.
you, sir. A bit of background noise, but please go ahead.
I am moving away. I am on transit. Omar, good evening to you. Good evening to Jimmy and my brother Max Obesi. Well, good evening to you and to all the obedient on the space. I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening in the words of our brother Real Ever Best.
Incoming virus. The background noise is too much. It's
Okay,
just,
I am.
We'll come back
Okay,
to you in a bit.
let me leave it. Let me leave,
Okay.
and then.
All right, we'll come back to you in a bit. Ripple, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I hope my voice is clear now.
Yes, it's better now. You're more audible now. Good evening. Happy Sunday.
And happy Sunday. Hello, Max. Hello, Jimmy. Hello, everyone. So I would like to contribute to the conversation speaking on the fuel scarcity in Nigeria, because Omar, you asked a critical question as to why we're an oil producing nation, but then the scarcity that is in Nigeria is very deep. And sometimes it's very convenient how it's during the election season that it becomes even much more worse. But let me just start by saying that Nigeria's economic fiscal policies are, in my opinion, horrible in the sense that they don't make room for the demand for oil within the country. So it's much more about the demand for oil outside of the country, and our reserves are not within the country. So it's like Nigeria is trying to balance the foreign demand versus the national domestic demand, and because I mean, trying to move away from, should I say, the theoretical aspect of things, let's talk about how things happen in reality. The Nigeria's oil is controlled by, first of all, the government, and these are people in power who are not for the people. So when oil comes into Nigeria, the first places that it touches base are the politicians' houses, obviously, then friends of the politicians, friends of the politicians, politicians' friends, before it then gets to your average fuel station. So it's I think it's a mix of bad governance with bad policy making. If Nigeria had reserves within the country, then they would be able to adequately meet the demand for the domestic use of oil in our country. And I think another, should I say, another, maybe another salt to the pepper, or another pepper to the whole mix of the shenanigan, is that in 2023 we are still heavily dependent on oil because we don't have adequate electricity supply. So everything finds a way to just be attached to each other. If Nigeria can first of all have reserves in the country, working reserves that can actually meet the demand of oil within the country, and then I don't know which one would come first, whether we need good governance first or then we need good policies. I think the governance comes first, because if you have people who have the political will of the people in mind, then it will be easy for them to get these things done. But because we don't have those, there's still rumors that, oh, Dangote hopes to build a reserve. We all know that, yes, Dangote already has a monopoly for things like maybe sugar or cement. How much more for oil if that could happen? I'm not even against having a reserve within Nigeria, but I'm against the monopoly that may come with such a private entity that has political affiliations or political support, one way or another, however you want to phrase the term. I'm against that. So that's my contribution to that side of the conversation. Speaking about the death of late Reverend Achi, rest his soul, I don't think it's a conversation that we need to die. If we as Nigerians want to, kill those kind of conversations, how then are we going to remember that there's so much injustice, that someone who holds such a figure can die in a very like barbaric manner? Then how much more the average Nigerian, how much more our lives, our lives even safe? I'm not saying that there should be or should I say a weight of the value of a life, but it tells you that there's so much insecurity that someone who's even holding that kind of power can actually die. And this happened 2 years ago? Was it 2020? Probably, let's say 2 years and some months ago, depending on the timeline. If that can happen, and there's some people who are just learning about it for the first time, that are Nigerians living in Nigeria, and you say you want to kill the conversation, I don't think that's something that you should do with a heart and with a mind. There are people who are doing his remembrance. There are people who are close to him, family, people who he worked with, that are trying to do his remembrance, and they don't want his name to be forgotten. But you, the average person who's just on Twitter, who's probably looking at it as insensitive news, you want it to you want the message to be dead and forgot. I don't think that's a sensitive thing to do. So thank you. That's my contribution so far. Thank you so much, Omar.
Thank you, my dear sister Ripo. Brilliant submission as usual. Zari Yusuf, I'll take you real quick so that we can go to other speakers who are yet to speak. Zari, are you there?
All right. Thank you so much, Omar. I just wanted to just emphasize something, that yes, definitely Peter Obi cannot be made to look like a religious or an ethnic candidate. And most definitely that has never been the position of the space, nor has it been the position of most of our submissions. But you see, the problem is this: other than Peter Obi's candidacy, there's something else. I think somebody was talking about destroying a certain structure, which is not just the political structure as it is, but another structure that continues moving a certain agenda from one phase of it to the next phase of it, to the next phase of it. An example is someone will tell you be very, very cautious so as not to say this and not to say that. Now, you would have a cleric who would refer to a terrorist group as our warriors in the forest. He says that on national TV, he says that everywhere. You would have a state governor who will say he has traced these people to so and so and so country and paid them and has begged them to stop killing his people. Now, but you have a problem with someone who is being killed speaking out. Most certainly, I understand the place of it in the intrigues of politics. But be that as it may, would we emerge a candidate who would appear to be a coward when it comes to confronting such issues? Why? How did we get to empower a particular ethnic group such that in the face of glaring evil, we are even afraid of talking about it because we don't want something to happen? Let us say, for instance, if the entirety of one particular ethnic group choose not to vote Peter Obi, will that make him lose the election? The answer is no. If you have a particular, if where I come from, we choose. Some people have made these simple examples. If you have, say, Ibibio people in Sokoto communities are being wiped out, and it is this Ibibio people. And then you come to the plateau, and then the people on the plateau are being wiped out, and it is Ibibio people. And then it gets to a point where we so empower them such that you can't even tell an incoming president, there is this problem we have, we need to deal with it, because we are afraid we are going to lose their votes. Now, this is not evil, but this is evil degrading our mindset, such that we've gotten to a point where we are even afraid of saying the truth as it is. An example is somebody comes and he kills 50 people in a village. We are being cautious so that we don't say they killed 50 people in this village, or they killed 50 Christians, or they killed 50 clerics, or they killed 50 Muslims, because we are afraid of the response that would come. And now let me round up. Jimmy was saying something that people were coming to his DM and saying this, and he was surprised most of them were Christians. Don't be heartbroken. This is what I'll say to you. The very day I addressed the Council of Chiefs in Kaguru, there were professors, 2 of them, who were addressing the people. It's a simple question. These people have just buried 40 souls. Are you bringing news to them that the government is going after the people that killed them? No. What is the story they are bringing? That there is wisdom in signing peace accords. And you know what this peace accord is? While on one hand, the government is telling you they don't know the people that are killing you, they don't know where they are coming from, or if at all they say anything, they say it's communal clashes. The peace accord will outline certain things that the community will have to sacrifice or will have to let go of. And on that day of signing it, you will find Fulani people sitting on the other side of the desk signing this document. And it has left these communities asking, if you can pull these people out to sign this peace accord so that we are no longer being killed, why have you not caught them? So these are the things that are happening every day. And by the time we dissociate this fact from the campaign of Peter Obi, I will ask again, is it a coward we want to rule the country who is afraid of facing the issues as they are? It's a simple matter. Of course, people have died. They have killed Muslims in Kazina who don't share their ideology. Any Muslim that doesn't share their ideology is as good as an infidel. They kill people anyhow. What kind of president do we intend to have? Whereas we should not, of course, make him look like a candidate. He has made it clear to people. He is not a Christian candidate. He is not an Igbo candidate. Neither have we seen him as such. We just believe that's the man that will unite the country. That's just a submission I want to make. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. And you?
I'm fine. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to say something. Nigeria is number 4 in terms of global terrorism index. Number 4, and they now analyze it. A particular set, Fulani militia, is the most deadliest group. And to be sincere, we cannot condone that when a certain set, the bad guys on a certain set, are the one embarrassing the whole nation, killing. We are all Nigerians. Anybody can be a victim, be it a Christian, a Muslim, or anybody. I can decide to go to Niger State now, and on my way, they ambush me. So anybody can become a victim of that. So we can speak about that, but we cannot use the campaign of Peter Obi to rob it. What we are saying, I'm saying as a Nigerian. I'm not saying as Peter Obi or obedient. I'm saying as a Nigerian. The truth is that we just have to condone this. Because if we condone this, they might come, because last year it was Owo is just Ondo State. It was Owo. And the truth is that it's high time we start talking about them so that they can control them. That's why we have censor. Right now, we don't have a censor group that can censor all these people, in the sense that to know how many people are staying in a particular location. How are they doing their business? If they are moving to one place or the other, there should be an health count. There should be an health count, and in every district to checkmate that. Because for instance, people are coming from Chad, Niger, or is claiming Nigeria in the name of Esme, and they have become dangerous to certain people or to Nigerians as a whole. And the truth is that we are in a country that doesn't work, because this should be a national security issue. But the truth is that we have a president that doesn't care in his behavior, in his appointment, in his this thing. He doesn't care. And right now, this particular group should be censored, and they should know where they are, where they move. That, because you cannot go to another person's land, claim another person's land in the name of your cow, which is cow are not important by Nigeria. By going back to the subsidy case, January 1st, 2021. January 12th, 2012, President Jonathan announced the removal of subsidy. But on the second, another set of group emerged, Ojota and the rest, the other part, to start protesting regarding this thing. And right now, we are suffering it now in Nigeria. We are suffering it because right now there's no deregulation, there's no refinery, and we keep using our foreign reserve to buy crude oil, or we borrow to subsidize. As at this year, 3.6 trillion naira is used on subsidy, which, and to me, is a scam. It's a scam. This is just to enrich particular people, E and Z company, or E and Z group of people, just to enrich themselves. Whereas we are suffering now. Fare is today 260. There's no light at home. I have to sit down outside because the government is not working. If the government is working, all these things won't be there. All these things won't be there. And the truth is that we have to start taking decision that we airport as the long these subsidies have to be removed, and also private refinery or modular have to start operating now, because right now Nigerians are suffering it. Small businesses are packing down. Cost of operation is going high. I used to buy my air 700. Now they told me that today I'll buy my air 1,000. That is how it is. Now things are because I cannot complain because where have increased. I can't. And on transport have increased. And it's affecting everything. It's affecting everything. And the truth is that nobody's protesting, nobody's talking anything. So, we should start looking at ourselves. The better we start looking at ourselves, start from inside, from all of individuals. This won't happen. The obedient movement have started. And the truth is that this is what should have happened then. That we start check inward. So everything will work.
I think we lost AK Priest. The Night, are you there?
Yeah, Umam, yeah.
All right, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Umar. So let's go to the start. So first, I would like to first talk briefly on the oil thing, then I will talk about two dreams I had, and I will just quickly run over it. On the first subsidy thing, the first scarcity thing, I think it's the same tactics these guys have been using, So, and I make it very expensive, and I make it difficult to get, because my end goal is to increase the price, right? So when I make it difficult for the people, now eventually, right, I'm going to bring it down to the price in which which of course is going to be more expensive than initial price, but now create the illusion, that I have done something for you, and people, Nigerian, their usual attitude, they are going to accept it and say, let's move ahead, and things like that. And the problem with this attitude, because it relates to even what you were saying before, is that it's like you're sweeping, you are postponing the evil day. Eventually, right? This thing they are connected, because when you increase the price, you've not increased people's salary, you've not increased people's living condition. Then you put more people into poverty, and the more you put more people into poverty, the more you see criminal, the more you see kidnapper, and you keep crying. But can't you see that everything is tied together? So it is brought down to this issue when we don't want to face the truth, when we are scared of facing the truth, and we say, let's sweep it under the carpet. Somebody's going to come and take care of it. Now, let me go to my dreams, because I have this issue of writing down dreams. Just whenever I have dreams, I just write it down and review it later on. So the first one is actually like on a lighter mode. So I saw this. So because I was trying to say, what is this meaning of bala blue? Then So when I slept, I knew somebody was trying to check me. I should check a wire. What is a wire? So when I woke up, I put a bala blue in Google Translator in our language, and it turned out to be blue sky. Now, blue sky happens to be the slang name for blue meth, which is a drug. I know if you've seen this, what's this movie? This Breaking Bad movie. When they talk about blue sky. Yeah. So that is the name of the drug. So I was so funny that I did a bit of research. I found
methamphetamine.
Actually, that they use that, and so Bala Blue and Bala. So now I know the name. Oh, so this guy was actually talking about drug. That was a lighter mood. Now on the other dream, which is a bit of kind of a nightmare for me. But I will try to. I think it has to do with what you were saying before about the killing of somebody and things like that. The Islamization agenda of certain people, not of course certain people in Nigeria. But before I go, I just want to create a quick background. First, do we even all know that there was a national mosque in Abuja since 1984, but there was no national church? In fact, the project was abandoned. It took Obasanjo in 2005, a Christian president, to complete it. Do we know that when they built Aso Rock, they actually built a mosque inside Aso Rock since then?
I think the night. This is where I'm going to stop you. I'd like us to just backpedal on this aspect of it. It's going to seriously derail the conversation, to be honest. I appreciate your previous submission, and I really enjoyed it. You can just keep it for now. I'll keep you on the speaker section. You're right. Please mute your mic. You're right. If we come together, I've said it before, we can create wonders. And even the dullest in our country agrees that we can create wonders together.
Yeah. It's a successful, again, a town hall, different from Blue, Bulaba. We can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful, again, a town. We can create wonders. We can create wonders. We can create wonders.
He's been creating wonders, if we're being honest with ourselves. How many times do you see a presidential candidate wet himself during the campaign? How many times do you see him saying all sorts of, non-comprehensible things during the course of a campaign? He's been creating wonders. But yes, as Nigerian youths, we can create wonders if we come together and vote the right candidate. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. Ripple, you were going to say something. You've had your hand raised for a while. So please go ahead. Ripple, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, my apologies. So
Okay.
before I drop to the listener section, I just want to say that it's easy for us to, say we don't want to speak about the religious killings, but please let's not forget that religious killings of a huge number of people is also a genocide. So if we don't have these conversations, we may be abetting genocide. That's all I want to say. There are hard conversations to be had, to be had, but if we don't, then we'll be sweeping things under the carpet. Thank you so much. I just want to keep it short, and then I'll listen now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Wonderful submission. I can see Peter will be requesting. We'll take speakers now. Madam Brother Sanda, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Alma. Good evening.
Happy Sunday to you, ma'am.
I wish you same. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, ma'am. And you?
I'm fine, thank you. It's been a fantastic week, and it was a very, very beautiful outing here in Jos on Friday when people came to town. We're so excited, and I'm sure you all could see how the turnout went. And I stand to say it wasn't just the normal coming out. The passion was there, and these are people that we've been, canvassing votes from. These people came from far away villages. they were so passionate about just to even see him, even if it is from a far away distance. These people spent their monies and came. Some were actually, given a little stipend to help, cushion the effects of the high cost of transportation. But then they still came out. Honestly, the joy cannot be quantified. It was something else. And on that, I really want to talk about this issue of religious killings. We must talk about it. We must just talk about it. Let's learn to call a spade a spade. If we shy away from it before we know it, every one of us will be wiped away because we all belong to one religion or the other. Forget the clergies, yes, they go for them. They still come for the common man who goes to church or to the mosque. We must just stand and speak against it. Yes, I agree some certain religion are more affected than the other. Zaria has said it. Even in Kasina, if you are against them, you are still seen as an infidel. Now tell me, when they call people to sign peace accord, they tell you they don't know these people that come to kill. Then who are the people signing the peace accord? Why are they signing on behalf of people that cannot be seen, people you cannot trace? Why should you call me as a Christian and call the other person as a Fulani Muslim man to come and sign peace accord? On behalf of who? When you cannot get the killers, you tell us you don't know who these people are? Then it means we're the ones fighting ourselves. And if that is it, then you know who these people are. Where I stay, my own house is not fenced. During rainy season, I'll plant small vegetables around, small corn that at least we'll have to roast, you know, during that season. But I'm telling you, before the rains finally go, these Fulani people will come with their cows, come into that farm, and they will start eating. If you talk, they will tell you, Madam, Garama Kiyishuru, like it's better you just keep quiet. I'm using myself as example, and I've told my children each time you see them, don't even say a word to them. Why? Because we're living in fear. These people can actually come back and then attack you. There's nothing you can do about it. Last 2 months, my neighbor was shot as it is she's on life support. These kidnappers came, Fulani herdsmen, because the daughter said they were Fulanis. Even when they were calling to negotiate for ransom, you can hear it from their tonation. They came, it took them about 2 hours to break into these people's house. Yet no security we called, there was nothing we didn't do, nobody showed up. But do you know these people were able to break into that house? They shot the husband on his hands because he was trying to hold the handle of the door. They shot him. The entire family ran into a bathroom and hid themselves there, delaying the whole process, thinking help was going to come. This man was shot, and then the wife was shot directly on her chest, but luckily she didn't die. And after that, they still went with their daughter. These are people we know, but everybody is being scared of saying who they are. Honestly speaking, if we start coming out to talk about this, I don't know how we'll say it. Some of us are scared. I will screenshot something and send to you on your DM. Somebody told me on my Facebook, Rhoda, well done. Let me tell you, I've been under serious threat, like serious threat. One of the Fulanis came and told my children that they should remove all these posters they put on the door. So my house is already an indicator that we are obedient. There's no fence. But you know what? I'm not scared. Yesterday, I had to record it when I noticed the line of, conversation. I recorded it because unknown to me, my son picked a lot of stickers, took it to school and shared it amongst his friends and his form teachers. According to him, that they should go and post it at home or paste it on whatever it is they want. But you know how children are. My elder son is just 13. Almost all the lockers in the school was Peter Obi stickers. So the principal called me yesterday. Mrs. Pewan, it's not like it's anything. We're not against it, but this is a secular school. It's a neutral ground. If you can caution your son a little. But I wish, PO will know that he has somebody that is actually campaigning for him. It's just that some parents are already calling this is wrong and things like that. So I should caution him, but they will still sit him tomorrow being Monday. That is the kind of life we're living, life of fear. What has this government done to us? Every night we were sleeping, if the dog start barking, I'll just tell my husband, have they come for me? Is it for you or for the kids? This is something we're living with. Nobody understands. In as much as I go to these villages, I go with, if I come back, I come back. If I don't come back, I don't come back. So why should we be concealing the truth? Why should we be hiding it? Honestly, what I'm begging for is, let's find a way. How do we cry out? We cannot keep pretending. Otherwise, they will come for Mr. A today. Before you know it, tomorrow, Mr. B, and the entire community will be wiped out. These spaces we're holding, we will no longer hold the spaces again. I'm just pained.
Thank you very much, Madam Rhoda Sanda. I think we lost you. We lost you for a bit. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, a call came in.
Okay, please round up.
All right, thank you very much. I think I won't hold on for long. I'm beginning to get emotional, but these killings must stop. We have done no wrong. Nobody chose the kind of religion he should be born into. Please, there should be freedom of worship. There should be freedom of whatever it is that you believe in. I just pray God will help us. May PO win. Let's see the birth of a new Nigeria and see how things will turn out. Please, let's look at states that are our strongholds. Let's see how we can keep supporting so that these people will be well informed, especially those at the rural areas. They cry for liberation. They want freedom, but they don't know how to vote. They don't know who to vote for, as in how to vote correctly. We'll keep doing our best. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. I
Thank
yield.
you very much, Madam Rhoda Sanda. I can see quite a number of hands up. Okay, let's go with my brother Prince G, who's been waiting for a while. Prince G.
Thank you very much.
Please, can you move closer to your mic and sort out the background noise?
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, but with noise. Anyway, go ahead.
I think it's the fan. It's my fan that is blowing. Except, let me put the fan off. Is it a bit better now?
A lot better.
Okay. Well, I just listened to Madam Rhoda. Honestly speaking, I won't tell you people lie. People are trying, and each time I just look at Satan Kaduna and I look at my life, I always give God the glory. And I thank God that God mercies is just too much. Because honestly, I would have died long ago if I'm the one in Santa Canduda, or I would have killed a lot, like that man used to say. Because truly speaking, I want to ask anybody that listens to me this parable. Have you ever seen a situation whereby a husband and wife stays together? The wife always beat up the husband, but the husband never for once reported, raised up his hand to retaliate, and even explain to his friends. Never. Do you think solution will ever come to that kind of marriage? Solution will not come, because why? People out there did not even see the man either retaliating, did not even see the man complaining to his friends, did not see the man shouting, crying for help. I'm not trying to say there's no way. What I'm trying to say in essence is this: if you come to kill me continually and I do nothing, let me tell you the image I am giving to that person. It clearly shows that you are accepting that killing. You are welcoming that killing. That is just it. To me, if I know you and you kill my people, my brother, forget them. I go kill you back. Not be saying I should bet mama fly.
Please mute your mic. Thank you so much. I understand your submission and I understand what you're trying to say. But I'm not going to sit here and allow you encourage, reprisal killings. It does not make any sense. We have to be honest with ourselves. It is very, very important. I appreciate your submission. Thank you for coming up. Joel the Obedient, good evening. Joel the Obedient, are you there?
Yes, guys.
Good evening.
Yeah, I think I'll just start with the elephant in the room. The discussion that has been going front and back. I think the best way to say that Peter Obi is not an ethnic candidate, is not a religious candidate, is to avoid dropping any topic that has to do with ethnicity or religiosity pointed at any religion or any ethnicity. People are being killed in the south, people are being killed in the north. We can't say let's stop talking about it just because we don't want to label him as a religious or an ethnic candidate. Funny enough, it says that clergymen are being killed. It's because the killers are haters of people that don't like the extremism. The reason why it's Christian clergymen that are dying more right now is because the killers are of Islamic origin. If it was Christians killing people that oppose their Christian views, we would have a lot of Muslim clerics being killed right now. Muslims that are dying are Muslims that are most likely in opposition to what they are doing. I think those are targeted Muslims that are being killed. And of course, every Christian is against what they are doing. So for them, all Christians are fair game. So people are dying. We can't keep quiet because we want to win an election. People that are going to vote for Peter Obi have relatives that are victims. Father Archie has a relative that's most likely going to vote for Peter Obi. The Muslim people that were raped or clerics that were killed in whichever state in the north have families that would vote for Peter Obi. So they deserve they are lost people that they lost deserve to be talked about. So I think it's a general topic that obedience and Nigerians should talk about.
Thank you very much, my brother Joel the Obedient. I want to remind you of something that happened in Edo State, I think months ago, when that particular Labour Party woman was kidnapped, and you brought it to my attention at the time, and we just tried to get as much important authorities to intervene. I think this was the same feeling that people that experienced, the family members of that woman, this was the same kind of feeling that they were getting, which is we tend to move on quickly. I saw a tweet yesterday where somebody said something about if the NSAS protesters knew that this was the way the youths would move in 2023, most of them would have stayed alive. And it kind of rings true now because it seems that everyone, yes, eyes on the prize. Let's leave every other issue aside. Let's just make sure that we get it done. Yeah, I get that. I totally get it. But I have a different opinion. Just Jay is rushing to church, so would allow him make his submission as quickly as possible. Good evening. Good morning to you over there, Just Jay. Good evening from this part.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear, my brother.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I apologize to every other person, for jumping the queue. Thanks, Omar, for allowing me. I've been listening since morning, since I got up, did my morning devotion, logged onto the space because I always have to attend People's Parliament. I would say that I missed the portion of the conversation, I think, between Lamine and some other person. Deduce what likely happened. Without, trying to stir things up, I'll say something very quickly. I don't like difficult conversations. I actually don't even like the term difficult conversations because you already preempt a response by using that term. There was a book that I read 3 years ago that totally changed my life professionally and personally, and I would recommend anybody on this to read it. It's a book called Crucial Conversations. Crucial in the sense that these are conversations that having them would solve problems coming down the line, right? They are necessary, and they're conversations that if you do not have them, you will have them at some point, but it would usually, hopefully, it wouldn't be too late. Now, one of the things that the book says, and you can also watch a quick video of it on YouTube, it says before you have a crucial conversation, start with your heart. What that means in essence is ask yourself, what do I want to achieve from this conversation? What exactly do I want the other person to take away from this conversation? And it's also saying to think about the other person when you're having that conversation. So like I said, I did not listen to what was being said, but I can already tell that conversation maybe did not start with the heart. Because the honest truth is, every time you have a crucial conversation and you have it the right way, you will always achieve results. The reason why we are where we are now today in Nigeria is because we never have crucial conversations. We literally have a PhD in kicking the can down the road, basically postponing crucial conversations. Nobody wants to get the other person's feelings hurt. Nobody wants to, speak the actual truth. And I use the example of what happened in the United States after George Floyd's murder, and the protests, the conversations that were being had, just basically the country developed when it came to racial relations, right? In those 2 years than it had the decade prior. There were things that even changed within corporate America just because that conversation was had. People thought, okay, well, we had hit the mark when it came to, equality and all of that. And then realized, oh no, there's actually so much more that needs to be done. So I say all of that without stirring up any emotions again, to say, when we have these conversations, they do need to be had, but let us have it with our hearts. Let's throw away any whataboutism, any gaslighting or whatever, because quite honestly, Omar, I don't know who read that statement, that because it's like it came from the White House. Was it the press secretary or was it?
Yes, I think it was the press secretary. Can you hear me, bro? Just OJ, can you hear me? Can anyone else hear me, please?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, all right. I think Just OJ might have had a call. Just OJ, are you still there? Okay, I'll come back to him. Joe the Obedient did not finish his submission, so if you want to round up now, Joe, please go ahead.
Okay.
Joe the Obedient, are you there?
That's the other topics. Plenty but scarce. Nigerian's fuel crisis. Nigerian's fuel crisis has always been a recurring thing. I remember the time the APC said that at least that the difference between them and the PDP is that the fuel was available. I don't know if anybody remembers when they said the difference between them and PDP is that while the fuel is available.
I think I do.
Yeah. So I something else that's funny that happened with the APC was that the APC, amongst their campaign promises and their propaganda against Goodluck Jonathan, they complained that fuel subsidy was a scam, and it's so convenient that what's his name, Buhari spent 8 years, and on the day after his counseling fuel subsidy, some days after he leaves office, one would think that he would have stopped fuel subsidy maybe a year into his first tenure, or a year to the end of his first tenure, or midway second tenure. Rather, he left it like just Oji just said, he kicked the can down the road. Luckily for us, Peter Obi is actually against fuel subsidy, so it seems like it's something that he would hold firmly and to find a way around. But he's giving Peter Obi a very, very hard work to do, trying to sell it for Nigerians. So first, Nigerian fuel subsidy, like Peter Obi says, is a scam, is a fraud, is a monumental fraud. That's because we have actions without consequences in Nigeria. That fraud has been holding sway for the past how many years? Fuel scarcity. What's the reason for fuel scarcity? There's always one excuse, and funny thing is that the excuses don't ever correlate. You're going to, if you actually try to investigate, you get 3 reasons for this. Every fuel scarcity, there's at least 3 reasons, 3 non-correlating reasons. What are we? We're shock observers. We move on. The third part, which is the part I really I've been interested in for about 2 weeks now, is the active moles or ignorant citizens. I think we have both. We have ignorant citizens. We have ignorant obedience, maybe I'll say. Then we have the ignorant citizens that are just there. Then we have the active moles in the obedient movement that I still insist. How do I put it lightly? I still insist they act like they really care, but they don't care. They come in around, gather numbers, use the numbers to propagate other candidates, while being in the middle of the obedient movement. And each time they are called out, they find a way to apologize and wait a while. When it dies down, they rinse and repeat. And I beg obedience, I repeat, I beg obedience. When people fish them out, if it's even me, if they fish me out, please relegate me to the background, because there's nothing worse than, I think the opponent is better than an enemy within. The enemy within will eat you inside, and you only find out when he has busted a hole in your skin. He will eat you from the inside, finish you from the inside. and by the time you find out, it'll probably be too late. So when they find out, one person will not kill us. If Omar right now is a mole, Saddam is a mole, cut him off. He would not kill us to just shake us a bit. But if you assume or you find out, cut them off. The council in this election, council all approach works till 2019, still February 25th, or at least 26th when the results. Council them all. If there's a suspect, if somebody is a suspect, cancel the person. We cut you off now, we investigate later. If we investigate now, we don't have enough time to investigate. We have active moles that will soon start rearing their heads. Some are cowards in both ways. And I say it because I know, I would not want to mention them after the last space we held before this, but I know that there are people that will host spaces that will gaslight and insult obedience, but never host spaces to praise whatever has happened. I'll use Twitter. There are many of them in real life. At those states where I am, I know many of them. Some of them claim to be essays to the governor that are obedient, but they are supporting PDP in the state. But they print out billboards and tell you vote PDP all the way. They come and meet me and tell me, we are obedient to Abe voters for states. APC, PDP, they are there. Don't believe them. It's coordinated fraud. Guys, please, if you can't accept you have a candidate you trust in any other office, please vote LP all the way. Thanks for the time, Omar.
Thank you so much, my dear brother Joel the Obedient. Olawaski, good evening. Happy Sunday. How are you? Olawaski, are you there?
Yes, sorry, man. I'm fine, Omar. I'm fine.
Olawaski, please, before you go, Just OJ was about rounding up his submission, and I think he's back now. So let's go with Just OJ. Please, Olawaski, I apologize.
Olawaski, I appreciate you, man. Thanks, Omar. My app decided to update at the worst possible time. But yes, like I was saying, so much growth can be had, just from having crucial conversations. And the example I was trying to give was how, in the US, they moved from affirmative action, which they thought was just, well, hire one black person in a department that has 10 people, to people actually probing executives and saying, okay, why does your board not look diverse? And you can see the ripple effect that it had on other minority races and minority groups in the US. People started to, speak up and speak truth to power and reveal so many things that were happening. And that change was shared across board. So, I just say that to say, let's down the tension. I understand, yeah, the topic might be a little bit touchy. I didn't see it and think of it as something that was going to rile anybody up. But yes, people will take different approaches and they wouldn't start with the heart. And that's why we are where we are today in Nigeria, just to be very honest. On the fuel subsidy thing, honestly, Omar, I beg, like if we can have a space where that it's going to be like a 2-hour topic at the very least, just on fuel subsidy and why we keep having fuel scarcity in Nigeria, artificial fuel scarcity. I'll be very honest with you. It is 100% artificial. And it's just simply because we got it wrong. We got it wrong from top to bottom. And we basically took a natural resource and used it to empower a few. So we can talk about it for however long we want. I don't think there's enough time for me to, touch on it for now. But thanks so much. Thanks for the time. I'll kick back to the listener section and then I'll try to join again once I leave church. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Say a word of prayer for the nation, my brother. We'll go to Olawaski now. Peter Obi USA, I can see you, my brother. Please, sincere apologies. I'll come to you right after Olawaski. Olawaski, happy Sunday.
Yeah, Omar, happy Sunday and happy Sunday. Good evening to every person on the platform. Well, I thought I should lend my voice to the discussion. I wasn't here from the beginning, so I do not claim to understand all that has transpired. However, like I know the usual obedience platforms or the usual platforms where we gather together, I know that maybe some persons might say some things in ways that may be understood or differently, and maybe something like that. And secondly, I know maybe it may have also involved Lamin, and I would think that Lamin would have probably wanted us to have a more balanced discussion. I wouldn't think that she would not want us to discuss religion because religion is one of the biggest issues we have in Nigeria. And I think that one thing we have had in Nigeria is the fact that we've not had transparency. There's been complete loss of transparency. Let me tell you one thing that Peter Obi had done in this election that has really worked for him. He's shown light. Light, like the Bible says, chases darkness. Wherever the coming in of light dispels darkness. Peter Obi came in. He first showed us. He shown light and what is happening at the level of at the level of the delegates election, and everybody. That was the beginning of the greatest anger on the land. That's how the obedience movement came about. We now discover that where we thought our problems were not necessarily where our problems were. That our problems were like from people that are like living with us, that claim to be our parents, that just sit down in the villages, don't have mobile phones, but they come out at specific times and get so much large sums of money and foist on us clowns, mediocres that do not even have anything good for us just to recoup their money. And that is how we've been going round the vicious cycle of bad governance and all that. We attacked it, see where it has brought us today. We are making progress. I need us to understand one thing. Wherever there's something that people see to be contentious issues in Nigeria, what we need to do is bring it to the fore. Make us know the people that are against it and the people that are for it, so that people know that there are consequences for whichever direction they stand. I think that's also one of the things that has been lacking in our National Assembly. People just sit down there and vote in directions that are inimical to the growth of the country. Something like religion and targeted killing of Christians in Nigeria must be discussed. Targeted killing of Muslims in Nigeria must be discussed. Is it are these things happening on the same scale? I say no. And Nigeria has always been operating without using statistics. If we go to statistics, I am telling you, Omar, you would be shocked at the level that Christians have been murdered. As in, it's a massacre, because there is a level to which people are killed and you call it a massacre. You know, if you do, you go land, kill person, like, you know, fit. By the time you've killed one or two persons, you will see the full as in, you will see the full might of the government from the federal. You see people come down and start investigating why are people dying like this. But Nigeria will just kill. Killings are just happening left, right, center. And it is so bad that they turn it to religion. And you know, religion is one of the greatest. Religion, they like fuel. Once the thing starts to burn, just put water, it will keep burning. You try to quench it with water. And that's what we've been doing. We've been pretending. In Nigeria, we have been pretending. We keep shoving these things under the carpet, and it has keep the thing has just been operating like wildfire. And do we not understand that the people that are handling this thing, I keep calling them the ethno-religious cabal running Nigeria, and they are the ones running the PD. Because at some point I spent like 4 years in Jos, and I saw the difference. You could see the demarcation. Gradually, the same thing has become. That's what Kaduna is. I was in Kaduna when before it happened, before they demarcated it. So these things are real issues that needs to be discussed. Should we wait until all the whole 19 northern states are divided into Christian and Muslims, where the South must we have that, or before we start discussing it? I think as active citizens or as citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we have relinquished our position of active citizenship for a very long time. That is why we have clowns and people like Deji Adeyanju to come in, and they come in and they grab this position because we left it. And they call themselves activists, and they create more problems and more confusion. Peter Obi calls it confusion. They create confusion in the system. So you have so much entropy. The system is messed up because we don't discuss these things. Please, we must discuss it. For me, I would like those people that are voting that we should not discuss it. They should come out and tell us why. And we should know them. Because lots of people hide under lots of places to perpetrate lots of things that we do not. And we would think that everybody's innocent. No, my brother, Nigerians are not innocent. So please don't be deceived. Because I've worked in places that I've seen that people's intentions, man, you need to question every intention. Thank you very much, and I yield.
Thank you, my brother Olawaski. Peter Obi USA, good morning to you over there. Good evening from this part of the world. How are you doing, sir?
Omar and everybody, good morning. I missed you at the violence space, so tell your hospital or wherever you said I say no, we no agree.
No problem.
Thank
sir.
you, brother. Thank
All
you.
right.
I just wanted to quickly chime in when I came into the space after Kelechi's prayer space. I definitely saw the poll. Once you see poll like this, and when you talk something where they critical, you go to see poll. Should we talk about a priest that was burnt alive? Say yes for I. Say no. Let's ignore it. I don't. Nigerians, God will help us. I said it the other day that I was watching the U.S. press conference, and they were talking about putting Nigeria on a list of countries to watch, which Trump had us on the list. Biden removed us for whatever reason, because we have the numbers that are Christians being martyred, particularly Catholic priests that have not been shown light on. I know we are running an election, but people are dying though. What, just to add to what Rhoda Sanders said, is I have people in Niger State that work with me very closely. You guys know the due process and Madaki. And I got messages from them today that yesterday they were in Shiroro local government to do sensitization, did the sports and everything. Today, 300 bike men, Fulani terrorists, have surrounded the local government. Right now, as we speak, they are under siege. Right now, as we are on this space, over 300 Fulani herdsmen in bike are surrounded Shiroro local government. They are calling frantically for help right now. So do we do a poll? Shall we talk about it, or we talk about let's not provoke some people? And I thought I go fire you people where they talk this nonsense. So and they vex for some people. This rubbish has to stop. This silence, this stupidity, this let's not break this. You don't know what is going on. Due process and Malaki just left Shiroro yesterday. They could have been on siege now had they stayed overnight. 300 over 300 bike Fulani herdsmen with guns on bikes are surrounding Shiroro right now as we are on this space. And somebody is saying, should we do a poll? Should we talk about it? You know they joke. Oh. I don't want to talk because I divest.
Always good to bear your mind out, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm sure quite a number of people agree with you. Tweet Doctor, good evening from this part. How are you doing, sir?
Good evening, sir. Good evening, brother. How are you doing? How was your day?
Yeah, pretty good, sir. Yours?
I'm okay. I'm fine.
All right.
I miss you a whole lot, bro. I miss you a whole lot.
I miss you too, man. Please go ahead with your submission. Thank you.
Please, Omar, I will ask if it is possible for your indulgence. If it is possible, please, if you can give me like 5 minutes, please.
Definitely, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I love your plurality, especially your scientific view towards political issues affecting our country. People who are so endowed like you. Sometimes I got amazed when I know your age and how scientifically endowed that you are, especially in political issues. I got so amazed. And I appreciate you for that. You are a big gift for all of us. Thank you so much. Max, good evening, Jimmy. What their first son, everybody on the space. Good evening. I greet everyone with God's love. My sister Rhoda Sandra, good evening. Anka Dede, Bolanle, Mag, everyone, good evening. Good evening, sirs and moms. Yeah. Omar, if it is possible, I wanted to start with a big apology to our brothers and our sisters in Southern Kaduna, in the whole of the Middle Belt, who have suffered so much of pain and anguish. I was literally crying when our sister Rhoda Sanda was giving her submission. Who wears the shoes knows exactly where it pinches him or her most. You can imagine what these our brothers and our sisters has gone for far too long. It is an opportunity because we are now on a very different media space, and now we get to talk about it, hear about it. But this thing has been going on for decades, and these people have suffered continuous dehumanization from our so-called leaders. So I plead and I pray that they will forgive all of us, me inclusive, who is an ordinary citizen, forgive our so-called leaders, forgive so that if it is possible, with PO, because 100% I know Peter is going to come on board. Yesterday, Peter be in that town hall, that church. I was so eager because Peter be made a very big statement there. That was the one that started the discussion. He said, "Let the healing process, let it begin." Please, on behalf of all of us, please, you people should forgive us. Forgive us, all of us, including the East, the West, brothers and sisters who are killed in Ondo, in Owos, to be precise. In the whole Benin, in the whole Plateau, in the whole of Southern Kaduna, in the whole of Zamfara. Everywhere in Nigeria, we know it, but we plead for forgiveness, please. Have mercy upon all of us, me inclusive, forgive us. I say this with a very sense of responsibility and compassion because Sincerely, Nigeria as a country, I left there at a very tender age, like I always said. I spent most of my years here. I live in Germany, and I'm very, very comfortable, very, very comfortable. I've been here like 29 years, but like I always tell people, this is my first time of casting a vote. I was supposed to vote where I live, but I've never voted. But I'm going to vote in Nigeria. I had my PVC, I think, way back in 2011, So please, I plead, please, I plead, may we forgive ourselves. Let the healing start. It is so unfortunate what our people has to pass through. People never understand that the plurality of our culture, our tribe, is what makes us so unique and so beautiful. The rainbow, like we know about it, the rainbow is so beautiful because of the plurality of colors. It is not a disadvantage on us that we are this and we are that. But I just want us to reflect on what Pio said yesterday in Kafanchan. I am so, so, so grateful and happy for Peter Obi as a person. When he was given the mic for him to come up to speak, sorry, I want to reduce the tension a little bit. That's why I'm going on this trajectory. When he was given the mic to speak, the moment they said they announced his coming, I told myself that I know that Peter Obi will step up, take the mic, and walk towards the platform, that open platform, and address the people. Because it is, he makes you feel that he's part of you, he's one of you, that you can discuss one on one with him. So I was so, so elated when he said something. I don't know if most of us were fortunate. He said, in 10 years' time, there will be nothing like Eastern, Western. It will be about Nigeria first. And I think he was very, very deliberate in saying such a word. I pray because I know it's going to happen. Because after 8 years of his regime, we know what next that will come. And the 10 years of consistency will make will make it better for all of us, so that we can always understand and accept the fact that we are first Nigerians before any other thing. Um, One thing I just want to please ask for is, if you were very fortunate to listen, there was a tweet about the lady, a young nursing mother who was crying. She was with her baby. She was approaching, she was hugging to Pio's car yesterday, and she was crying. She said, "Daddy, please win. Daddy, you will win." I was crying. I was crying. I was so emotional because you can feel the pains of our brothers and our sisters. So please, I know one thing for sure. There is something I just, yeah, yeah, sorry. Just give me some seconds and then I'll round up. Maybe I will get to the mic. There is one thing I want us to understand about the decay in the Nigerian system. Jimmy, I think, thank you for being around, but I will give you a follow. There is something I discovered. Omar, 2 weeks ago, I made an inquiry in the financial mess in this foreign exchange swindle that is happening in Nigeria, and I was shocked. It took me three countries between Germany, Austria, and Italy to find out among these institutions what I discovered. My brother, it will blow your mind. But I think we'll discuss about that later. Thank you so much for the opportunity. For everybody, please hold on, keep on the tempo. I love you guys, and I yield the mic for now. Thank you, Omar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tweet Doctor. Incoming virus, have you been able to sort out your background
My
noise?
brother, I am on the move now. I had to try as much as possible to move away from where the noise is,
Okay,
but I'm
all
back
right,
to
go
the
ahead.
vehicle. Well, I want to read. I love using Martin Yemola as a very good example for my submission. First, they came for me. Martin Niemöller, 1892-1984 to 19, was a prominent Lutheran pastor in Germany. In the 1920s and early 30s, he sympathized with many Nazi radicals and supported radicality, right-wing political movement. But after Adolf Hitler came to power in 1933, Nemola became an outspoken critic of Hitler interference in the Protestant church. He spent the last 8 years of his rule from 1937 to 1945. Now, why did he speak again? Why did he write the prominent word? First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist. and I did not speak out because I am not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left for me. Now, it was when Hitler came for the church, that was when he spoke and began to cry out. And at the end of the day, he spent 7 years in a German concentration camp. We are shying away from the topic that is one of the very foundation of our existence, like the poll that came up. I don't feel there's any need for us to shy out from it because it has always been there. And when we continue to shy away from it, like one of the speaker just said, those that went for the rally, if not for the fact that they left, they would have also been under siege. We have to continue to speak out these things. We have to continue to say it. We have to continue to let the world know that this is our plight and this is where we find ourselves. And unfortunately for us, we are about to elect a leader that will come to change this disposition. Now, for heaven's sake, this is not the issue between Christianity and Islam, because if I should go back to the pages of history, Adolf Hitler, when he obliterated over 12 million Jews on the gas chambers of Auschwitz, there were Christian Jews and there were Muslim Jews. So there was nothing separate among them. So we must continue to say out these things. That is why. Then secondly, Max Obesi, I want to thank you profoundly. If I should go in retrospect, the space before this on your logical analysis, your tactical analysis in asking those questions that were properly relevant to one of the members of the PCC and all of that. You know, like I said, or like my brother Joel Obedience said, he gave a perfect submission of what I wanted to say. And obedience, we should just be careful at this point. I'm on transit now, and want the noise to come in, and also the network signal to go off. My brother Omar, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you,
Thank you so
Max.
much.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Incoming Virus. We really appreciate that beautiful submission.
Follow up on that. How many more Nigerian priests have to be so brutally murdered before Nigeria is placed back on the countries of particular concern list, the State Department's list?
That is something I would refer you to the State Department about, that particular list.
Thank you so much. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the People's Parliament. Dr. Ife, good evening. Oh, Dr. Ife, good morning, I'd like to believe. Are you there, Dr. Ife? Okay, I'm not sure, Dr. Ife can hear me. Can anyone else hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Okay, so let's go with Samuel B. Jimmy, please mute your mic. Samuel B.
Hi. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you.
Yeah. So I understand why. I just want to appreciate everyone for allowing this platform and participating here. And my submission this morning is that I understand why people are not like comfortable to talk about this and why they want to just keep quiet or just like number one, because there has been experience of people calling out for help and not getting it. And you talking about it sometimes can even position you in the place of danger, like you become target in your environment. And like someone,
please mute your
like
mic,
people
Samuel.
have already made submission here.
Okay, please mute your mic, Samuel. Am I the only one who has a problem with the way Samuel's audio is coming out? Jimmy, can you hear me?
I'm getting feedbacks too. Yeah, I'm getting feedback. It's like it's cracking or breaking.
You're also cracking up right now. I don't know. Some will say the space has been attacked. I like to believe that is not the case. But in the meantime, I think it's better to take precautions. Can everyone?
Omar, are you there? Hello, Omar. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, Jimmy, I can hear you.
I
Jimmy.
can hear you.
Yeah,
I think Omar
I
is
think we
having
lost
a.
Omar for a
I think
moment.
Is
I
that?
don't know. It worked. Okay, can you hear me, Jimmy?
Loud and clear now. Yeah, I
Okay,
can
I
hear you.
managed to figure
Absolutely.
it out. I reconnected. I thought the space was even going to crash. I was just going to say good night from there. But anyways, let's keep it going. Is Doctor Ify available now? Okay, she's not. Jerry Ann, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Greetings, everybody. Jimmy, Max, Sari, Stephen. Thank you for the platform. I'll just comment on some of the issues that have been debated here. On I saw the poll that Max put out about if we should discuss about some of the religious killings. Although it's a painful subject to talk about, but I think it's one that needs to be spoken about. Personally, I think I'm speaking from uh, a, a general worldview of tolerance and acceptance of all faiths, all religions, and all tribes. I obviously I'm on the I have in my impression, in my understanding, I know that people who take part in some of these extremist activities tend to be the outliers, tend to be the minority. Majority of people are law-abiding citizens. I mean, an example is from where I'm speaking from in UK. We have the mayor of London is a Muslim. The prime minister is a Hindu, and we have a mixed community. The demography is quite diverse in that regard. And the truth of the matter is that um, everything is subject to the rule of law. I think when you have a country where institutions are greater than any one person, any one tribe, any one religion, any ethnic group, whatever, that is where you start to build a country. For instance, last week, our Prime Minister Rishi Sunak just received a fixed penalty notice for driving without a seatbelt. That's the same fixed penalty notice that I'll be subjected to if I'm caught driving without a seatbelt, a black man from Africa. It's the law. It doesn't matter who you are. And if the same thing is in Nigeria, if someone is caught maiming others, causing harm, killing others, the law should apply regardless of where you're from. And there is evidence of a bias of collusion. Even T.Y. Danjuma talked about collusion between the armed forces and some of the terrorists and bandits. And again, it's not just Christians that bear the brunt of this, although they bear a huge majority of the brunt. Muslims also bear the brunt as well. But the truth of the matter is that, when you have a particular, governments that tend not to have a response to some of these atrocities going on. You have what happened in Kaduna, Southern Kaduna. Not even just a basic acknowledgement from El Rufai, the governor, saying at least we know this has happened. We sympathize with the victims and we will try to bring all the perpetrators to book. Not just only those 3 sentences we have done, just to acknowledge. But no one has said, let alone even the president himself. The president hasn't said anything. So what does he do? Your silence speaks louder than 1,000 words. Because when you are silent on some of these things, it then arms those perpetrators to go ahead and carry out some more of these kind of atrocities. You see, so the silence there is very loud. The bias, and if you look at the groupings, for instance, maybe the Southern Kaduna people might decide to take up arms against themselves, for themselves to fight against those terrorists, bows and arrows, very rudimentary, fundamental arms. And then you have the security officials now going against those people and prosecuting them and arresting them for trying to defend themselves. It's not the same law that applies to those who went and perpetrated the violence against those people that applies to those who are trying to defend themselves. You see what I'm saying? So the law is not the law in this case. And when the law becomes the law and it's applied to everybody, I think that's where we're going to start building a society. So people will start being afraid of the consequence. I don't care if I'm a Christian or Muslim or Buddhist or Hindu or atheist or whatever. If I'm, for instance, in the UK, if anyone commits a crime, they will be punished for that crime. It doesn't matter where they are from, who they are, what class, or what race they are. There are laws that protect me as an African. There are words people cannot use against me on the street or in certain places. There are things that I cannot be deprived of having as an African in this country, because there are laws in place to protect people and to value human beings. So, and I think once we have a law that applies to everyone, regardless of your religion, your sect, your your ethnic origin, then that's how we start to build a country. So I think that is my observation on that point. I think we need to have, and that's one of the reasons I believe in Peter Obi, where he mentioned about nipping it in the bud, sacking, hiring, and firing. You have to be quick to demonstrate that you can hire and fire your security, staff, your chief of staff, the heads of all the agencies. Just sack them straight away. Assuming there's been an incident and sufficient evidence hasn't come up, you haven't made sufficient attempts to catch the perpetrators, then just sack them, sack the person. And the thing is, if I know that I'm in a job now as a chief of staff to the government, and I know that if I don't perform, or something that's happened under my watch, like Kuje prison has been broken into in Abuja, I can't give sufficient reports, I can't give evidence of what has happened, evidence that I'm trying to solve the problem, and I know that my job is going to be on the line, I have to buckle up my boots. That's the nature. So if people are into that, if we are into that hiring and firing and making a scapegoat out of people, I don't mind changing my chief of staff 10 times in a year, 12 times, one every month, as long as they keep to the job. And this is what Peter Obi said, and this is one of the reasons I support his security plans, is that it has to be done. And again, if you approach the security situation from an unbiased perspective, so you don't have any religious stake in the system or any ethnic stake. I don't know how else to say it, but without sounding tribalistic, or maybe that I want to go against a certain part. But if you don't have a stake, I would say this, and I make risk to say this, but you'll find that people of a certain category in terms of a religious sect would be slower to judge people that have committed a certain type of crime, and some people from a different ethnic group will be quicker to judge. So, for instance, like some of the statements from Sheikh Gumi recently saying that let's not vote for someone who would go and fight the bandits. That these are our I don't know if he said our freedom fighters or something like that, but someone like that will be slow to judge, slow to attack those people who are causing mayhem in our country. Whereas somebody from a neutral perspective, like me, if I go in there, if anyone fires, I will fire back. If you want to negotiate and speak, I'll speak to you. But if you fire, bring out guns, I bring out guns. I'm the commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I deploy the armed forces. They go there, wipe you out. I don't care. And that's how I would approach it. And that's how I believe somebody who doesn't have a religious or an ethnic stake with those who are. I don't know if that's. I hope I'm not making a divisive comment. But what I'm trying to say is that if you have a religious stake with those who are committing those crimes, you will be slow to react. But if you don't have that stake, you will be more objective. And I think we need objectivity. This is why I said the law has to apply regardless of your religion, regardless of your sect, your ethnic origin, or anything. That's what I have to say about this subject. So let me yield the mic for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jerry. And I don't know if Dr. Ife is still here. She's gone. Okay, I'll go with Madam Anatu. Good evening from here. Good morning to you, I believe.
Hi, Omar. Good evening.
Evening. Okay.
Sorry, it's actually, I'm greeting you with for Nigerians, but it's afternoon. Yeah, came back from church earlier and was just listening. So good afternoon from here, Jimmy, Max, everyone that I have listened to. I really So many people have said many things, but I just wanted, the reason I'm just asking, I just asked for the mic is just to show my support in having this conversation, for us to be able to talk about issues like this, and also to just reiterate how, when I listen to people, it's interesting about the kind of what building a new Nigeria will look like is interesting because like for me, I have kept my eye on the prize, and that's Peter Obi, the person who will take responsibility for things. That's the only person I'm looking at. But then there's sometimes you hear people, different things. Yes, we're all obedient, but everybody has their reason for being obedient. And for me right now, it's not even the time to start checking why this person is obedient. Let's just all be obedient. Whether you're being obedient blindly, whether you're being obedient that you're hoping you get something, whether it has done something to your followership, or it has whatever. Let's carry go. Like since today is Sunday, at least let me use Christian analogy. Like Paul said, as long as they're all preaching the name of Jesus, that's the most important thing right now for me. So I try as much as possible not to, waste my time thinking about why is this person really doing this, or even if I'm having one vibe that this person has an ulterior motive, I'm like, as long as I'm sure of that vote, let's just get Peter Obi there. That's what matters to me right now. But also when I listen to many conversations, when I see many opinions, I'm like, wow, this is interesting. It's not going to be having a new Nigeria. It's not going to be kumbaya at all, and this is some of it, and we must be able to have these conversations. If we've always shied away from it, it's because we've lived in dishonesty for so many years. We've hidden so many things under the cover and all of that, and so this is part of the journey. But like I said, there have been so many beautiful submissions on this matter. What I just want to say is that at the end of the day, for me, for growing up, I was born in Zaria, but from age 9 we moved to Jos. So it was, so I it was, I had both worlds. I always had this world of living in a very secular society, where you have GRA Zaria, you have, the universities, you have different people. So that's how I've always seen my life, So when I came to Jos, I saw a bit of that until the crisis came in. And I'll never forget one time, okay, so after the crisis, we had to, because our house was attacked, and so many things that, now that I think about it, if I sit down, if I sit down and I want to talk about the things that have happened to me, to loved ones, I will really ask myself, have I moved on? Have I just, turned a blind eye to things and just say, okay, we just move on. But have I really healed from those things? Because I know what loss is, for your house to be burnt, for you to lose I know, like, anyway, so moved from there, and then we now moved to, another area now that's more predominantly Christian and safer, in quote. So I remember this day that I think it was my sister or something was really sick. She had malaria, and it was on a Sunday, and I was just looking. And that day we didn't go to church, so I was just looking for a pharmacy. Everywhere was closed, everywhere. And then finally, I just took the bull by the horn. And I said, I'm going to drive to a particular area, I won't name. And then my sister was like, no, don't go there. Oh, it's not safe. I said, I need medication, and I had to drive there. And in my heart was just beating. And I went there, and there was a pharmacy open, and I bought medications. And I came back home. And I remember telling my dad, I remember telling the whole family, I said, I don't want to live in a plateau like this. I don't know what this is about, but I don't want to live. Because if we all live in a place where we're all the same, then who will open pharmacy for me on a Sunday, to get my medications or to get all of that? But at the same time, call it whatever you want to call these conversations. We need truth. We need justice. You see, Peter Obi is a man of great wisdom. I don't. This thing that people try to accuse us as if we're making him a saint, we're making him a no. The man, he says it himself. That man is a no nonsense man. How I know the way he says idiot, he says a complete idiot. The person who says he wants to know, who thinks he knows everything is an idiot. And Peter Obi doesn't want to be an idiot. That's why he's going everywhere. He's listening. He's paying attention. He's hearing the questions. He's doing all of that because he doesn't want to be an idiot. And we must all learn from that. So if we ourselves call ourselves, yeah, please bring it down. Sorry, I'm talking at home. If we ourselves who are obedient don't want to listen, don't want to hear, then what's the difference? How we don't want to have this. Peter Obi has had to have these conversations. He might not come out, he will not tell us everything, but he knows what is on ground. He knows the things that are on ground. He knows. He came out the same way that you see him holding his bag when he's walking alone in the airport. That was how he literally came out of the PDP. He didn't cajole anybody. He didn't do one kind of huge news conference, say, okay, me and my followers were moving. No, he himself, and he even confessed in an interview, he said he didn't want to tell anybody so that nobody will start telling. No, he's a man of conviction in his own heart. Let me round up by saying truth and justice might not always favor us, but we must we must strive for a country that will stand on truth and justice. If you see what has happened in Kano, if you see what is happening in the north, you will realize that a lot of people, even in the east, have you seen, everybody is complaining. Initially, when the campaign started, northern politicians say Peter Obi did not come to us to ask us. Igbo leaders said Peter Obi did not come to us. He didn't take permission from us. Nigerians, what did we say? Peter Obi came to us. He's signing deals with us, with the Nigerian people, and he's speaking to us. Finally, I want to say, every time Peter Obi says we will do things the right way, people don't understand. Even obedience don't understand, because I sometimes see some things that some obedience say, put online, all of that. They think Peter Obi says we will do things the right way. So after this election, when you see some people start lying online, I didn't get contract, I didn't know something is happening, don't just believe like that. Peter Obi said we will do things the right way. So many people will be affected, but at the end of the day, we're going to have a better country for it. So thank you, Omar, Jimmy, Max, and everyone who's come up for us to be able to hold this conversation. People are dying, and these people have names, they have a job, they have religions, they have what they believe in, and everybody in Nigeria deserves the right. They deserve the right to be able to have all of that. I keep saying finally. I want to say something that I believe and I trust God that will change. You see, even though I come from Plateau, even though I stand for the values of, I stand against the injustice that has been meted on my people, I will confess this openly. Many times, the way we have tried to handle issues, we've not behaved better than our oppressors. We've not behaved better than our killers. Why? Because at the end of the day, people were pushed to the wall. These are the monsters that the government has created. People have had to get up to defend themselves. People have, at the end of the day, what has happened? Literally, an eye for an eye has made the whole world blind. So we're all turning blind. I just really hope, and I really look forward to a time whereby all of us will be able to, look at things and say, no, injustice to one is injustice to all, and that people will be ashamed. You know what? Peter Obi will come, he will be president, and people will be ashamed of their tweets. People in government, governors, people who have, they will gnash their teeth in shame when we have this Nigeria. It will pain us. Some of us will have to take back some of the ways that we've been thinking, just our tribe, ourselves, our family, All those things. It's not going to be easy, but we're going to do it. So thank you very much for holding these conversations in a very matured way and keeping the house in check. But I don't think any matter was hidden, kind of like covered up and everything like that. But yeah, that's just my opinion, and God bless you all. Thank you, Omar.
God bless you too, my dear sister Anatu. Always a pleasure listening to you. We've gotten to that part of the program where we're going to be very economical with the time. So 2 minutes, 30 seconds for all of the remaining speakers. Let's start with the one who's been waiting for Mr. Osaro. Yeah.
Yeah, Osaro. Yeah, I was gonna say Osaro.
All right. Mr. Osaro, are you there?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Omar.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Big Jimmy. Good evening, Mass. Good evening, all the speakers and listeners. This I always listen to People's Parliament every Sunday, and this is the first time I'll be speaking. So, and on that note, I wish Omar we it's a humble plea and a request. Maybe if you can tell some of our speakers to make we see the art pigeon join because you know I always play it when this space is on. I always take it to some old folks so that they can listen. Uh, I can liken this People's Parliament to one program that used to be very sweet in back then in Benin. People talk to people, anchored by the late Biba Kalobi. Very interesting program, and that's why I always listen. Okay, having said that, I don't want to speak much. Um, the religious killings going around across the country is something that we must talk about. We not fit hide them anymore. Instead, we not go fit hide them. You get wetin you fit hide, but once soup don sour, it go begin smell now. So the killings are just too much. So we have to talk about it. Then very quickly about the moles. There plenty moles plenty, but they can't stop us. So whatever they want to do, let them do it. But I just want to advise every obedient to stay focused. Let's focus on our focus. We're about winning this election, and when I say it, I mean it. So let's keep doing what we can do. And I also want to appeal, please, guys, especially those that have large following, can we trend vote LP, and not just on Twitter? Let's also put it on our WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Let's do this, guys, because at least this one not be can't donate money. Will cost us anything. Anything you post, just hashtag it, vote LP, so that it can trend from now to the election period. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you, Omar. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Samas. Respect, bro.
Thank you so much, Osaro, and it's nice listening to you on the People's Parliament for the first time. I'm glad quite a number of first-time speakers have been able to speak today. That's really nice. Let's go straight to Best Man. Best Man, you've been waiting for a while. 2 minutes, 30 seconds, please. Best Man, are you there? Hello, Best Man. Good evening. Okay. Mr. John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Good
Yeah,
evening,
good
sir.
evening, everyone. I'm very happy to be on this space. Most importantly, I am happy about the Kaduna rally, and not just that. I am also happy about my own personal campaign today because I watched a video about how Nigerians in diaspora can also uh, ask maybe 3 people they know in Nigeria to get their PVC and vote. So I watched the video and it was really interesting, and I tried it out today, and it was really, really productive because I've been able to get a very good number of friends that I chat personally to get their PVC and vote. And not just that, I also ask these people to also get 3 other people to get their PVC and vote, because it is very, very important. We take this campaign personally. You can go on your Facebook Messenger, send people messages like a very kind message, like, I humbly wish to discuss something with you. Who's your candidate? Stuff like that. And I tell you personally, my campaign was really, really productive today. And I I I just can't say everything because, in fact, everyone should try as much as they can to send people messages. Those you know, send them messages and chat them personally to get them to get their PVC. Most importantly, get their PVC and vote for Peter Obi. So that is my submission this night. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. John. Thank you for sticking with the time. I really appreciate that. Leonard, Leonard Man Official, are you there? Leonard Man Official, are you there? Okay, Nami Talkam. Of course, Nami Talkam. Are you there?
All right,
Good
Omar,
evening.
good evening, everyone, and
Happy
thank you
Sunday,
so
bro.
much, yeah, for this amazing space and for all you're doing, you all in the violence space and everything. I really appreciate it. And I think as much as we need empathy for the new Nigeria, we need to be empathic for the new Nigeria we're all fighting for. I think we also need an open mindedness. I think the way we approach information, the way we receive from people, oftentimes we always project prejudice as regard everything to receive information from others. I think that's one of the biggest problems we face, right? We need to be receptive enough. When people say things, we need to understand where they are coming from before we respond. I think that open mindedness is one thing Nigerians are not good at. Now, the traditional media is gagged and properly managed by the elites. They want to, so we need to, this is the only space. Places like this are the only place we have to discuss crucial conversation so we can actually take it out and fight for things to get right. But so when we're doing things like that, we should also have a receptive mind to receive people's idea. Now, I understand what Lamin was saying. Lamin said she was correct when she said we should not project Peter Obi as a Christian candidate. But when someone comes and say the Peter Obi presidency will favor the Christian more, I don't think it may not be directly saying he's a Christian candidate. It might be coming from somewhere, right? As regard, probably more Christians have been killed in the north. At that particular time, that might be the only information he has as regard that conversation. So we should be more receptive. I think this is the only way we can really make things work in this country. Let's open-mindedness is the key. It helps build society, and I think we need to stop receiving information with our beliefs and already existing ideas. We should be open-minded. We should receive all information with an open mind, and that's the easiest way to deal with one another. So before I end my submission, I want to say we're doing a lot. Peter Obi is winning, and we are almost at the finish line. Let's not give up, and let's do our best, like everyone has said, to keep the movement going. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my dear brother. Um, Brilliant submission as always. Let's go straight to Igwe KC. Igwe KC, please, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Omar. Good evening, everyone. Omar, I don't know how I'm going to squeeze this into 2 minutes, 30 seconds, but no problem. Thank you, everyone, on the space. I really, in fact, I've been on this space for hours now. I'm listening, and most people have said most things I want to say, and I'm so happy that Nigerians are waking up to the reality of the happenings in our dear country on daily basis. Without wasting time, a review events a weekly review of events in Nigeria politics. Yes, it is as usual.
Can anyone hear Igwe KC? I think we lost him. 1 minute, Nigerian, are you there?
Yeah, brother.
All right, good evening, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Uma, I was not here when the space started. I mean, I was in Dr. Kelechi's space. From then I had like an online meeting somewhere. So I don't know. I came in and I kind of have been listening to a lot of people saying, let's discuss, let's not discuss, until I saw the poll, and on the poll, I just okay, let me see the result. Because I didn't initially vote. In fact, I voted while I was on the speaker session now. So I just said, okay, let me click yes and see. So I went for yes, of course. Not just because I wanted to see the result, but because I think it's something we have to talk about until I saw the result. But for me, I really just feel pleased with APC. I feel like APC and like Buhari, APC has messed us up mentally, psychologically, messed us up to the core. I can't, because I'm just thinking. We've never been perfect in Nigeria. We've always had problems, but the APC polarized us to the last, and it's why we're having to have this conversation where you kind of cringe or whatever, and I wasn't there when. In fact, it was just from the last speaker I got some. And let me quickly clarify that if I don't know if what is said in quote is what was said, like that Peter Obi's presidency will favor Christians more or something. But if that was what was said, that's not true. Peter Obi's presidency will favor Nigeria. So let me just put that out there. I actually just came up to encourage us that, guys, I know it's hard, but it's just we are close. We are close. Let's just hold. We see a lot will happen. But let's just hold steadfast. Omar, I remember last night I sent you, and I also said it on the prayer space. I came across something that gave me extra confidence yesterday. I don't want to sound religious anyway, but something like a prophet that gave me extra boost. And I really just want to encourage us. Election is 33 days, 13 hours, and about 3 minutes away. Let's just hold. Things are going to change very soon. I really want to encourage us to hold. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Well-meaning Nigerian. Jimmy, your submission?
Yeah. Well, right. Thank you guys for being with us all throughout today. It's been a very, very interesting topic. I understand the fact that it might be sensitive to some people, but it is a crucial conversation that we should not shy away from. Um, Back in 90, okay, before that, Omar, you said something about the audio I played earlier on regarding the fact that this guy, said something about a civil war happening in 2022, and this is 2023. And for more indications, the guy said what he said based on what he has heard. And with everything that had happened to Christians being killed, clergymen, there should have been a civil war. But guess what? There is none because we refuse to speak. If we refuse to speak, why do we? How do you think we can move forward? But anyway, let me just say, there's no way we cannot speak about these things moving forward. And I want to use this opportunity to thank everyone once again for coming to today's People's Parliament. Sorry.
Okay, Jimmy, I'll just help you take it from there. It's fine. Sir Max, are you available?
I'm just trying to do two
It's
things
okay,
at the same
Jimmy.
time.
It's
But yeah,
okay.
I'll come back. Yeah.
All right. Sir Max, are you available?
Well, not to say too much though.
Okay.
It's about 30 days to the elections. The Obedient Movement has shown that it is the fastest growing grassroots movement all around the world. And perhaps this is something that I deeply believe the greatest political movement in Nigeria. We've caused a seismic movement that is shaking the foundations of Nigerian politics. And we've only got a few days to take it to the finish line and make history for ourselves, our families, and the generation yet to come. And if we must give the next generation of Nigerians a scintilla of hope, an iota of hope, an atom of hope, then we all must fight to take back our country. And the very best we can do is to make sure that Peter Obi becomes our president. Thank you very much. Keep fighting, keep pushing. It's fight to finish. As I've always said, we've passed the point of no return, and at this point in time, it is no retreat, no surrender.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Max. Jimmy, real quick.
Okay, all right. Sorry guys, I wasn't. I was multitasking when that happened. So, yeah. Thank you, everyone for coming. I'll refer a lot of us to check out this video on YouTube. It's about the truth and reconciliation that happened in South Africa. It was chaired by Desmond Tutu. After the apartheid that happened in South Africa, it's so educational. You see grown men crying in the courtroom regarding seeing someone claiming he was the one that shot dad. It's really therapeutical. So I'll advise us to do that and watch it and try to understand the reason why we need to speak about these things. So moving forward, we're all doing this for one purpose, just for the fact that we're supporting a very reliable principle, someone that is standing for Christian, Muslim, whatever religion you believe in, and whatever tribe you're from. So it's going to be Peter Obi all the way. Thank you guys for coming. We'll be doing this same time next week. Thank you so much, Omar. Thank you, Max Obesi, and I greet all our regulars. Tibolani is still raising her hands up. Thank you, lovely people. Follow Omar the host and Max Obesi. Follow them. You learn a lot from them. No, follow me. I know I'll be Crispus.
All right, Jimmy, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone who's taking time out to join. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your wonderful submissions and lending your knowledge to the
Omar,
conversation.
it appears Madam Bolanle's hand is up. I don't know if it's an oversight.
Okay. I just felt like we've taken or she's spoken before, but Madam Bolanle, please go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't know if there's an important.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to end what the conversation today, and as difficult, I want to end with something that Peter Obi said when he came to London late last. There was a man who stood up. The man was from southern Kaduna, and the man started speaking, and you could hear his voice shaking. You could see how upset he was when he said to Peter Obi that every time the phone rings, he's scared because he knows it means somebody else has died. Right. So Peter Obi went up to this man and he said to him, the problem in Nigeria is the fact that human life has no value and there's no justice. And he said to the man, as president, I will make sure that all Nigerians, every single Nigeria, wherever they are in Nigeria, tribe, religion, right, feel part of the country, and that there is and there will continue to be repercussion for so when somebody kills, you don't let them get away with it. You punish them so that somebody else won't think it's open season on somebody else's life. And I just wanted to end with that Peter B is an intelligent man. He knows the intricacies of Nigeria in terms of tribe, how we're divided in terms of tribe, in terms of religion, right? He knows what to do. He knows what to do to unite us, right? And it is conversations like this that we've had today that we need to continue having, so that when he comes in, right, amongst ourselves, we know what the answers are, right? And since he said that his first role will be to make sure that we're all secure in Nigeria, then he needs to be given a chance to do that. Enough of human life not having value. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much, Madam Bolanle. Thank you for sticking around with us. Thank you for being a regular on this platform all along. Thank you to everyone who's taking time out to join this conversation today. I really appreciate all of the submissions that have been made. God bless you. Thank you so much. I see all of our regulars, Madam Bolanle, Igwe Casey. Thank you so much, Madam Victoria, Ibrahim, Miss Bariat, my brother, Professor Saddam, Lamin, Zari Yusuf. Zari Yusuf is going to be hosting a space about Gombe State, support for Gombe State concerning their rally, which is coming up on the 25th of January. So please check on Zari Yusuf's page for the reminder of that space. Thank you so much for joining us. And we always need to remember that courage is not the absence of fear. But of course, it is always important to overcome that fear and continue to push the right conversations out there. It is important for us to keep speaking because at the end of the day, we cannot die in silence and continue to pretend like nothing is happening. And of course, we need to ask questions of the people that are overseeing Nigeria's oil industry generally, because it's becoming a little bit confusing at this point with the way things are going. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming around. I've had a wonderful time with you. My name is Omar, your regular host on this platform. I'll be back same time, same platform next week, God willing. Until then, remember, in the words of Egyptian pro-democracy activist Wael Gonim, the power of the people will always be greater than the people in power. God bless you. Good night.